Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you, Fitila, for liking the live. If you're on TikTok, we really need to power tap and also share the live. And please, if you haven't joined the team, even if you have joined the team, please click on the heart icon up here beside the name Busuyoris. Please click on the icon, drop a heart to me, you know, the things we do just to make sure that we're able to get the live on the FYP. So please, let's quickly do that. And I'm going to have to check our YouTube as well. Okay. All right. So there are certain things we didn't get to yesterday's session. I'm just gonna, repeat those things, and then we'll move on to other things. So today we'll be concluding the session or the series on Awo and Biafra. And today we're talking about yesterday we talked about how the federal government rebuilt Iboland. We just, say a few things about that today, and then we'll go into other matters. So when we come back tomorrow, we're starting afresh. I'm still thinking, but most likely we'll do something on Victor Banjo. But the other stuff, I'm also looking at maybe going back a bit into the 50s, the politics of Yoruba people in Nigeria, and understanding some of the things that happened between major political players in Yoruba land, and what we can learn from, that history. All right. 1 second. So if you are, wherever you are, please perhaps share, like. If you're on YouTube, please like the live, share the live. Facebook as well, please share the live and like the live. I recently discovered that we have a number of people watching on Facebook as well, so that's a blessing, and I appreciate that a lot. Before we get into the conversations, we're going to spend some time talking about the news, making the rounds the last 24 to 48 hours. We'll be on that for a bit, and then we'll get into the topic, discussing today's, the final session of the series we started a while back. 1 second, please. All right. How is this thing picking this thing? Okay. Let's do that, please. If you're on TikTok, we really need to, power tap. Let me see if there's something else I can do here. Oh, really? Look what do. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to get to my stuff for the news. So Status Sense is doing some interesting things. And I think generally speaking, some things are happening. I mean, the reaction that people are coming up with is actually quite predictable. Rise and Inspire 234 Ẹkáàbọ Shedadalewa. Let me just read a few of those things. Quick start before we get into the news proper. Please power tap, please share. Please let's get this thing out there, and yeah, that'll be much appreciated. So, children, she started the coffee better and I don't think so. Let's start with news. We'll come back to statistics later. Let's start with something a bit serious. If you know anyone in Nigeria, a young person who wants to work or who would like to work with civil defense, correctional service, fire, and immigration services board. So that's essentially Ministry of Interior. So if you want to work, or if you know anyone who's trying to get a job, wants to work in civil defense, Nigerian Correctional Service, that's the prisons, Nigerian Immigration Service, Federal Fire Service, and Nigerian Service and Security. Okay, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps and Immigration Service. Okay, so they're recruiting now. Superintendent cadre, Inspectorate cadre, Assistant cadre. Go on their website and on their social media platforms. You can find more details. So if you know anyone who wants to work in any of those places, please let them know about what's going on. It's an opportunity that they shouldn't lose. And if I'm able, I'll talk about it again at the end of today's session because I think it's very important. You never know who's listening, and you know, sometimes people do this thing of, oh, we don't know when they do this thing, or just know that they have people working there already. Well, hopefully this helps us. So I appreciate that. One second, I'm trying to monitor the live session on this other device. Okay, we're good. So if you're watching us on YouTube and on Facebook, thank you very much for joining us. A Queen Aboye, thank you so much for being here. Nick Gurr, good afternoon. All right, back to the matter. Okay, so this might interest folks. Egbin, good afternoon, good to see you. If you're in Nigeria or if you live abroad, this might interest you. This is from Dawn Commission. Dawn Commission is a development agenda for Western Nigeria. We talk a lot about, the great things they're doing, but there's something they're working on right now, and I think, those of us who are interested should take advantage of it. So I'm just going to read to you what's in the ad. Do you own agricultural land? Are you based in Nigeria or the diaspora? It is time to turn that dormant land into a profitable asset, stress-free. Whether you're in the diaspora or right here in Nigeria, you can unlock the full potential of your farmland with zero risk. These are the details. Essentially, if you join the organization, it's Dawn Commission. I don't have anything to do with it, but I think it's nice, so I'm going to talk about it. If you have land over 10 hectares, they'll take it, and then you basically are investing your land, so people will be able to use the land for agricultural purposes, and then you can earn residual income throughout land operation. If you like to have more details, please go on the website. It's called Dawn Commission Agro Exchange. I think it's really nice, and especially for us who are in Western Nigeria, Yoruba people, we should take advantage of this. So if you or anyone you know has like massive land, please check it out. I mean, you might decide to not like it, but at least, who knows, you never can tell what can come out of that. There's some things I have saved here. I'm trying not to play them because now they're comedy. So yesterday, watching news, the president, referring to somebody as his classmate, and that has become a thing on social media. I'm going to wait until the presidency explains so that we know exactly what's up. Bon. Edo State will give 2.5 million votes to President Tinubu in 2027. Governor Okpebolo promises Tinubu. Wonderful. 11 states are committed to commence ranching. There are Anambra, Lagos, Plateau, that's Wase. They've already signed the MOU. Ondo State, Zamfara, Delta, Kano, Jigawa, Niger, Bauchi, and Nasarawa. So the federal government, via the Livestock Ministry and the Presidential Panel on Livestock, are supporting those states. They shall not bring it to the southwest. Anybody will want build ranch, let them build ranch. And if they build a ranch, if the government builds ranch, nothing like there's one ethnic group that wants to come and use it. No. Yoruba farmers involved in things like that. All right, something else from Dawn Commission. Ekiti State advances in $22 million USDA-funded cocoa rejuvenation program. Let me see if I can read the entire thing. Please, let's put out on TikTok. Let's share the live. Let's like the live on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for being here. Ekiti State continues to benefit from the $22 million cocoa rejuvenation program funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA. Having been actively involved in the initiative since 2023, the State Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Ebenezer Boluwade, stated in Ekiti that the program implemented through the USDA-funded TRACE project has already seen significant groundwork in Ekiti, including the profiling, grouping, and extensive training of cocoa farmers on climate-smart agricultural practices. According to him, staff of the ministry have also undergone several trainings and capacity building sessions to ensure effective delivery of the project's goals. They have other technical stuff. Anyway, I think it's good. Good news from Ekiti State. All right, let's go on from there to other things. Most of the things that people send to me, people like Gbasgbos or lie. A lot of people sent me a lot of Gbasgbos things, but we'll see how that goes. All right, this is okay. Just in case you're just joining us, all right, I'll read this one from another source. The CDCFIB, that's Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Services Board, are recruiting 30,000 personnel. 30,000 candidates with BSc, HND, NCE, Diploma, and SSCE should get the documents ready ahead of the portal opening later this week. So the portal will be opened later this week. If you go online, you'll find more details. If I read out the name, I'll be the link now, Kowulo. So please go online, look for the information, send it to somebody you know who is trying to get a job in Nigeria. That way they can work with the federal government. So that's something really good. Yeah. Okay, so some people are trying to organize a birthday party for a politician, but they are raising money, and I hope your money doesn't find your way into that. I don't think it's a very smart thing to do, because there are things that people should do without bringing it to the open. But for some reason, Peter of his birthday, the way they want to fund it is, everybody will be all right. All right, this one is from the governor of Ogun State, Prince Dr. Dapo Abiodun. Says earlier today, talking about yesterday, we had the pleasure of receiving Baladna, a Qatari-based dairy giant, as it sets plans in motion to establish a multi-million-dollar food and dairy facility in Ogun State. As Qatar's largest locally owned food producer, responsible for over 95% of the country's fresh dairy supply, Baladna brings with it world-class expertise, cutting-edge technology, and a proven track record in large-scale agricultural operations. So this is quite good. We're hoping that all these things that they're doing, they will do it, right? And then people can, our region, and the states in there will do better. Breaking news, EFCC arrested a former chief financial officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, Umar Issa, over an alleged $7.2 billion fraud linked with the rehabilitation of the Kaduna, Warri, and Port Harcourt refineries. Something is happening. I'm trying to take my eyes away from some things. So while some people are having, let me look for the link. Other people are having ranches and all of those things. Oyo State just passed the law anti-grazing. Let me find the details and read out to you. Not just the headlines. This one requires me to read the full stuff. So give me a second. Please don't stop our tapping. Thank you very much. So this is from Tribune. Let me 1 second. I'm trying to get a link. So the Oyo State Open Rearing and Grazing Regulation Law was already passed 5 years ago, though. But I think that 1 second. It's actually it's been a okay, let me read from Guardian. The one from Tribune is a few years ago. Oyo State government has stated that its anti-open grazing law is still in force. The State Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Olasunkanmi Olaleye, announced this during an inter-ministerial press briefing held yesterday in Ibadan, the state capital. Olaleye said more than 58 cows had been arrested in the last 2 years, while many erring herdsmen were charged in court for violating the law. Recall that the State House of Assembly had in 2019 passed the anti-open grazing bill, which was later signed into law by the state governor, Seyi Makinde. The commissioner warned that anyone found guilty of violating the law would be dealt with. He said that the state government had constructed a security post at Ijaye farm settlement to strengthen security. And he said, quote, Oyo is the safest for farmers. We have enough arable farmland. We have the highest number of Amotekun personnel. The state is now safe for farmers who have the intention to go into commercial farming. More than 58 cows have been arrested in the last 2 years. We have imposed fines on many herdsmen for violating the law. We have charged some herdsmen to court. The anti-open grazing law is still in force. We have constructed a security post at Ijaye farm settlement, so no farmer has left Ijaye farm settlement, end quote. He noted that through the veterinary services, rural development extension services, capacity building, and infrastructure development programs carried out by the ministry, the state has emerged as a leading agricultural hub in Nigeria. So, if you want to farm, apparently your farm is protected by the government of your state. So, fear not, invest. Okay. So I found this other news quite interesting. It's in Premium Times. Something to the effect that Lagos State is getting close to eliminating malaria. Found it quite interesting, so I said, let me bring it here and you guys will hear about it. Lagos nears malaria elimination, set to become first in West Africa official. The Lagos State Commissioner for Health, Akin, has disclosed that the state is on the verge of making history, positioning itself as the first West African geopolitical zone to eliminate malaria. Mr. Abayomi said this will not be through a vaccine or genetically modified mosquitoes, but by employing simple common sense medical practices and a robust public health strategy. This ambitious goal is driven by the State Ministry and Wellington Oyinbo, Director of the Center for Transdisciplinary Research for Malaria and Neglected Tropical Diseases. I don't know how they want to do this, but I'll be glad if they actually get it done. All right, so they said they've been waging war against malaria for the past 20 years, and the cumulative efforts have yielded remarkable results. Well, we'll see how that goes, but I think it's quite nice. But let me just read a little bit of the strategy. The core of this strategy, tagged Test, Treat, Track, moves beyond the traditional focus solely on treating malaria. Mr. Abayomi said it prioritizes accurate diagnosis of the actual cause of fever, which in Lagos is now rarely malaria. A significant component, you know what? You can read it up. It's on Premium Times. I think it's quite nice. I would like to see it happen. If they say 95% of fevers treated in Lagos, not malaria, we'll see how that goes. I don't understand that. I'm not a health person, but I mean, we'd love to see it. The less diseases, the better. All right. For a few things from statistics. Percentage of children who can write a simple word besides their names. Southwest has 65.2%, South 55.8%, Southeast 44.1%, North Central 26.3%, Northeast 10%, Northwest 9.9%. Southwest should have nothing less than 99%. So 65.2 is the highest in Nigeria, but we can do a lot better, but still the best in Nigeria. School attendance rate among children aged 4 to 6, Southwest 97.4%, Southeast 95.9%, South 93.4%, North Central 61.5%, Northwest 44.4%, Northeast 30.1%. The North has a lot of work to do. This is not good for them. All right, so okay, let me just read. This one is political. It's statistics, but not politics. It talks since 1999, the region where don't produce president or vice president. Northwest has produced presidents and vice. Southwest has produced presidents and vice. South produced president and vice. Northeast has produced vice president, and that's it. No North Central, no Southeast. But just to balance it out, and I think it's important that people put this thing out there. Southeast has produced 5 Senate presidents. Crazy how they produced 5 Senate presidents in 8 years, but it is what it is. And North Central has produced Senate president 2 in 12 years, and South 1 for 2 years so far. So this is the very first South Senate president we're having. That goes with Akpabio. I just wanted to put that out there. I didn't want to read the other one before because people will start crying. So once you want to cry, just remember that Senate presidency, we've had 5 people from the Southeast occupy that position, and we know what happened, but may God help all of us. In Jesus' name, amen. All right. So this one is from Pew Research. Nigeria's Christian population is projected to grow from 87 million in 2015 to 174 million in 2060. So to go from 40.1 to 37.2, because number will also grow. And then when you look at the number of nations where people pray daily, Afghanistan is 96%, Nigeria is 95%, Algeria is 88%, Senegal 88, Djibouti 87, Iran, Iraq 87, Niger 87, Indonesia 84. I think there's a mistake. There's a problem somewhere. I think the problem is outsourcing spiritual stuff. USA 55, Italy 22, Russia 18%, Denmark 10, France 10, China 1, UK 6, Switzerland 8, Germany 9%, Estonia 9%. I think that it's the balance between spirituality and practicality, if I can use that word. I think a lot of us sometimes we outsource our role to God. And so it makes people begin to ask questions. You guys pray so much, how come you're not developing like those other countries? It's because, I'll tell you something, 1 second. You know, when you study the history of Europe, one thing you discover is that many of those nations have this Christian background and all of those things. But one of the things I discovered studying many of them, especially Germany, Switzerland, and England, those three at least, I mean specifically, of course Sweden as well, Denmark, but those three for now, is that somehow they were able to build systems using principles from their faith. And I think for Africa to become better, we have to look, there are miracles are real, I believe in miracles, but we have to maybe have equal emphasis, at least, if not more, on principles, so that people can actually learn how to create stuff rather than just, this, I'm praying to God to do something. There are things you cannot do. I believe in the supernatural. Some people don't, and that's okay, but I believe in it, and it's very okay. I believe in the supernatural, but I think that majority of our faith-based teachings and focus, much of it is based on what God can do, not what we can do, or what He can do through us. And if you're a Christian, it might be something to think about. So there's something that God can do in you, and so God can do some things for you, but He can do some things in you, and He can do some things through you. And I don't think that we think about what He can do in us and through us. We just think about Oluwa, 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 and all of us do it, regardless of our religions in Nigeria. So I hope that somewhere, somehow, we'll understand the utility of religion, of our faith, and we're able to build something better. All right, I'm going to bring people up now. If you'd like to be part of the conversation. Oh, that reminds me. Let me play those other things they sent to me. Let me play those things. Let me not forget, because of our informants. All right, so some of these things are from some interviews conducted in the past. Just go through a few of them and make of them whatever you will, but it's quite interesting. So please take a listen.
Do you agree with the manner in which the federal government handled the case of the agitations in Abia State with the Iboland?
Well, like I said, the only thing I disagree with is naming them terrorists.
You don't think they are?
No, they're not.
Their prescription is...
Definitely not. No, those who took the decision maybe had information I don't have. Agents, of course, they were done by governors of the Southeast. They are the elected leaders of the place. The elected leaders of the place. I live in Onitsha. And I can tell you they're not terrorists. Their people are passing on the road and everything every day. In fact, I can tell you in all manner they're civil. Because I meet them and I live with them. And I usually see people gathering and all that. And not one day did I feel a sense of threat or molestation or anything from them even when they gather. You know, for me.
I think these things help us understand how folks in obedient movement don't go against hip hop because their principle do not think they are terrorists. And that's why even the Yoruba people who are supposed to be thinking way better somehow don't speak up when you talk about hip hop. Anyway, I hope people wake up. So just play a few. You know what? I'm just going to play some videos, right? Because the Martin Sorrow is saying I want to say more. So bits and pieces from different things that they sent to me. Hopefully, they spark up conversations, then we'll discuss those things and then go to the topic of today. So yeah, let's keep listening.
The 2023 elections. Obedience believe that Peter Obi won that election. I'm sure there's so many people listening to us right now. Even people in this room believe that Peter Obi won the election. While APC supporters believe that a vote for Peter Obi was actually a vote for Tinubu. Please throw some light on this.
Well, it makes for intellectual laziness. And if there are people here, you know, I'm a very blunt person. You are intellectually lazy if you believe that Peter Obi won the election. Why do I say so? Because Peter Obi went to the PEPC, the Presidential Election Petition Court. And while there, he did not argue that he won the election. Go and read his petition. It's a public document. He did not argue. His pleas were that Bola Tinubu was not validly nominated because he had a conviction in the United States, and that the running mate to Bola Tinubu in the All Progressive Congress, Senator Kashim Shettima, was not validly nominated because of double nomination. And then said what he was calling for was another election. He did not say he won. So if the man did not say he won, how are you? Who here is believing that he won? It's just like what scripture says. It says that who shall say a thing and it shall happen when the Lord God has not said it? Peter Obi has not said he won.
To collapse. Now, not just in a physical sense, it is now, not just in a physical sense, it is at the
Right. So what is library? Priority in Zogo NZ in the way almost like this one. There's a man in front, the soldier. Right here. Wait, let's talk about that one for a second. So, so, so this is the problem. I read about by the way, there's a book called Reparations and Biafran or something like that. But the book, the book speaks more on. We keeping it a buck, and what I did yesterday was take us back, to 1850. There's a book now they call Ifa Jonasmans because somebody wrote it, but apparently it's fictional.
Okay.
It's fictional, but there are references to some things that Ifa Jona wrote in Olusegun Obasanjo's book. So Obasanjo had written a book called Nzogu, an intimate portrait of Major Chukwuma Kaduna Zogu. So for instance, he in this book mentioned, picked up some things that Ifa Jona wrote. So whether Ifa Jona wrote it somewhere or not, though, I don't know. But whenever you hear the word today, the Ifa Jona manuscript, it's fiction. It's not a real stuff. That's one. Number two, this man is not true to himself. Chlorokwe Chinachebe. Somebody, by the way, the idea of him engineering that coup or planning that coup did not start at the time he was talking to Chinua Achebe. That idea had been on. The report I usually refer to, Special Branch Report, was published in April of '66. Right? The war did not start until May of '67. Unless, of course, he's saying that he knew what happened before it happened. That's Achebe. But it doesn't make sense to me, just like it doesn't make sense to you. But there's some things in this stuff, maybe I'll read it much later, in the things that Ifa Jona said. But this manuscript that we're talking about is something that nobody ever produces. I don't even know how Obasanjo got the one he quoted, but even in this one, he didn't mention some of those fantastic things that people say are inside that manuscript. But please go on.
Okay.
If need be, I'm going to read some things to you later.
Okay, so because it's very funny, and even that part one from what I was saying, then when he said unless he he knew about the cure, that is Chinua Achebe. Because in part one he said that on the night of the a day before the coup, or was it on the night of the coup? He was meeting with other writers, but he had already sent a manuscript to his printing company. That what he wrote in that manuscript was similar to what happened, was a prediction of that coup. And somebody came and the person said,
I was
you are
waiting
a
to say it.
prophet. What you said have just happened in your book. He said that.
So hold on. Do you think he was predicting or he was describing? Was it predictive or descriptive?
I didn't read what he wrote. That's what he just said in the book, that what he wrote was similar to what happened, and he made it look as if he was a prophet.
It was this. See, it's okay. Let me put it this way: it's difficult to think that these guys didn't know what happened before it happened. There's a huge possibility that some of these guys, that the book that he published, that fiction that he published, that was supposed to be about the war, is actually very likely, and I'll see if I can pull up that book. It's actually very likely that they knew about it before it happened, and they're trying to now change the story and say, I'm like a prophet. And if you notice also, in this country called Nigeria, up until today, there's no group in Nigeria that's as fascinated with the idea of a messiah, of a benevolent dictator like the Southeastern people, because of the way their intellectuals thought in the 50s and 60s. If they can't get power, they'll be thinking about military. So I don't even think that stuff that he wrote was predictive.
Well,
I think it was
more like he
descriptive.
preempted it.
Exactly. But yeah,
So-
please continue.
So there's another one that he keeps talking about how the Nigerian military, they were bombing civilians, like Air Force. The Air Force they were bombing like marketplaces and stuff like that. That one is one side. That one could be true and might not be true. I don't know. I was not in the war, and many of us may not. Then another thing that fascinates me about it.
No, that happened in some cases. It happened in some cases, like Nigeria. Sometimes, of course, maybe it was mistakenly, but in some cases there were casualties, there were civilian casualties in the east, markets that were bombed. I mean, again, it's a war. Okay, terrible stuff. But I think whenever you read that, just also balance with the fact that the Igbos bombed places as well. So all this thing, it's a war.
Yeah.
Sad stuff, but yeah,
So,
please continue.
Another thing that fascinates me is how Chinachebe kept on traveling throughout the war. Throughout the war, he was flying about, and he was still the same person that said that he's moving his family from one town to the other under this. So I wonder how he was able to do all those things at the same time. And also, he made it look as if during the war he was not really in contact with Ojukwu, because I thought he was part of the Biafra news people. Do you understand, the broadcasting whatever of Biafra? But in the way he wrote this part too, he made it look as if he was not really close to Ojukwu, but he was always hearing things about the war. And yes, he's part of the people that used to go and solicit for Biafra abroad. But so everything, I can't just marry everything together. If you are one of those people that travel in the interest of Biafra up and down, how could it be that you don't have any? It was later he now said he had security from Biafra, that someone that drove his car was one of the people that Biafra people gave to him. But it wasn't saying like that in the beginning. It was just look like, and once they feel like what is coming here, we move to one village to another village. Then how are you able to be doing that, moving your family up and down, traveling abroad? And it just became very confusing for me that like something is not right. Is either you are part of the elite or you were just a normal person during the war. You can't be both.
You know what? I have that book that he actually wrote before the war, and I'm just wondering if we should. It's supposed to be fiction, but guys, maybe I'll read part of it. You two will hear it, and then you now ask yourself if. In fact, let me read like an overview. But before I get into that, so what you were saying, to be honest, right? He was a roving ambassador, so that means that they will travel from time to time, but they'll go, they'll come, they'll go, they come, and things like that. The book is referring to is called A Man of the People. All right, A Man of the People was published in 1966 or 1967 actually, but 66. No, it was published in 66. Copyright was 66, but I think this particular edition was published in 67. No, I can't read everything, but let me just give you, let me read to you like a summary of the book. I mean, it's a fiction. Kawamaka fiction, maybe because of. Achebe wrote a novel titled A Man of the People, published in 1966. Just days, listen, just days before the first Nigerian military coup on January 15, 1966. I want to ask a question. I said something. When it comes to Igbo people and the coup, the first coup, every single one of them, every single one that was like an intellectual, a politician, an officer, especially senior officers, every single one of them had this coincidence. So, for instance, let me, number. All right. So this book was published. Now, the first coup was executed on January 15. The book was published a few days before the execution of that coup. The plot. I want to see if I can find like a full summary for you. Okay, so the story basically, the book had to do with it's a political satire that captures the moral and political decay of post-colonial African states, particularly Nigeria. The timing of its release, just 2 days before Nigeria's first military coup, gave it a prophetic edge. There's nothing prophetic about that book. I will say it. Not after we've read all those things we've read. We already know that certain things were being planned like years before then. Many readers believed Achebe had insider knowledge of political developments, but he simply had a clear grasp of the nation's declining trajectory. The story is told from the perspective of Odili Samalu, a young educated teacher in an unnamed African country, strongly modeled on Nigeria. Odili is initially detached from politics, but he becomes entangled in it when his former school teacher, Mr. Chief M.A. Nanga, now a widely popular and corrupt Minister of Culture, invites him to visit. Odili is fascinated and repulsed by Chief Nanga's power and excess. Tensions rise when Odili discovers that Chief Nanga is pursuing a woman he loves. This personal betrayal pushes Odili into the political arena. He joins the opposition and challenges Chief Nanga in a bitterly contested election. The narrative builds to a violent climax of electoral fraud, which happened in 65 already, and in 64 as well. The narrative builds up to a violent climax of electoral fraud, political thuggery, and public disillusionment. The novel ends suddenly with the news of a military coup, which overthrows the corrupt civilian regime, a chilling parallel to Nigeria's real-life coup days later. So he talks about corruption and moral decay, power and hypocrisy, failure of educated class, disillusionment with democracy and stuff. The truth of the matter is this. This is what I think. I think that there was a plan. And yeah, I think there was a plan. Nobody should come and be acting like they are. What's this series on this American cartoon series? Do you guys remember that Simpsons?
Oh, the Simpsons.
Yeah, let nobody come in and act like they're the Simpsons, right? So anyway, I have the book. I've just read about it because I'm reading a lot of stuff. I have the book, but I've read the review. That's the review essentially. The point is that there was a government. It was corrupt. People were getting angry with it, and then eventually there was a military coup. You published that on essentially the same week of the coup that now happened on Saturday morning. And you're telling us that it's prophetic.
And one thing again, I have not read the book to the last part, but I was looking at the book from behind, and Achebe was very intentional about this book. What he did in this book is very interesting because what I can see is that after you've read the whole book, then Achebe now dedicated a certain section where there was now a bullet points of everything that you might have, like he summarized all the points. So I feel like it's an intentionality so that when you actually finish this book, you cannot forget what you've read before. If you're angry in the beginning and maybe towards the end you're not angry again, then you went ahead and read that something, you'll be reminded of the evil things that's been done, or that has been perpetrated. So like it looks very intentional, and I feel like it's very sad on the part of the story that like on the Nigerian story part that there's nobody that has come with this kind of agenda too, because these books look like an agenda book all the way.
I think it's just a man who didn't like the idea of retiring from Radio Biafra, and so even in his twilight, he decided to ensure that he kept on with the game. Good afternoon, Mr. Iwale. Good to see you. It's been a while.
There
So
was
basically just keeping up with the game.
there was a time too someone was saying something about a one article that, though I don't believe in articles anyways, anybody can come up with that. That the person was trying to prove to me that it wasn't an Igbo who sent. He sent me an article from Maxilone. I didn't really read much, but it was saying the summary was Maxilone.
Max Yolon usually writes from the perspective of the Igbos when it comes to the coups and the wars. The coups and Biafran war, Max Yolon favors the Igbos.
He even made me go
That's
and
the
do
truth.
background check on.
Is it that one called the Insider something about the clinical? That's the first one that I've read his books. He has this thing of, and by the way, it is either he's Igbo.
He's from Umaya. What I read.
He's from, finally,
Group,
because what I know is that his
But
father.
nobody
I know his father fought in the war, but come up with Igbo.
Yeah.
But his father fought. He says if his father fought in the war, but he doesn't use his real name, he uses a pseudonym, and so we keep saying, okay, so that you are Igbo or you are connected because your father was a soldier in the war, maybe an officer or something. So apparently, he talked about it in one of his books when he talked about how he had to grow up very fast. But then the truth of the matter is that Igbos are not wrong to that man. And the way he makes, that's why I said that every person from the East who writes about the coup and the war, they assume that people are stupid. He writes nonsense as far as that is concerned. He's a brilliant writer.
Yeah. And
He's a brilliant writer.
I can say.
Yeah, but when it comes to what the Igbos have done, he finds a way to make it seem as though, yes, that's one. Then number two, there's a book he wrote. This last one, look away. The Forgotten Era. Yes, the latest one. You should have let Yoruba history alone, because what he wrote about Yoruba history there is definitely it's from something that some people have said, but has never really done deep research. Like Yoruba history has even gone beyond that in the last 20, 30 years. People have written, no, the last 40 years, people have written new stuff to, fill in the gaps that we had from the 1920s, from publication of 1921. It's just regurgitating certain things. I'm like, why not just leave it if you don't know it that much, But generally speaking, I think he's a fantastic writer on certain matters. I would take his word, but when it comes to anything else to do with Igbos, I don't really care for his thoughts because he excuses them a lot.
Because it's obvious. When somebody comes, it's just natural. Because when I read Alabi Sama's book, that's what I agree with the person now. I've read a few books here, and for example, when you read Alabi Sama's book, I feel like he's more like the most. He's the one of the most balanced view you will still come across, because he tells you what the Nigerian army did wrong, what the Igbo would have done better, what he did himself. But even at the end, if I want to be honest, he is always positing himself as a very good person, and which is normal. Anybody would have sentiments and biases.
So it's one thing to position yourself as a good person. It's another thing to position your people as good people. Then it's something totally different to position your people as people who are incapable of doing bad.
Well, that's right. That's right.
So I can show that I am a good person in writing. I mean, if you don't like it, that's okay, but it's okay. Maybe not very okay. Especially, for instance, let me give an example. Miriam Abacha came out the other day and said her husband was keeping money for Nigeria. Now, a person has to be very, very stupid to believe that Abacha was keeping money for Nigeria. But you see, she's talking about her husband. Even though it's nonsense, it's okay. It's one thing to now say, oh, Yoruba people are great. There's another thing to say, Yoruba people cannot do anything wrong. Of course, that's nonsense. The way this man writes, anything that will, for instance, he will bend backwards to prove that the coup was not an Igbo coup. He has done it in several books. And I'm like, this guy was literally trying to, let me make you laugh. He was trying to, what's the word I'm looking for a word. Essentially relegate the special branch report like it means nothing. As far as I'm concerned, that's the most important. Not just me. You also hear this from John Desenjo, who Of course, it has no,
Nah,
it's not.
Achebe has destroyed John is enjoying this book. He said like he's in bed with the Nigerian army. The people don't trust him even in Britain. He said a lot of things about John St.
He's the one who doesn't trust him, and it's fine that he doesn't trust him. See, let me tell you something. Any historian that, how do I explain? If you pander towards the Igbo narrative, you are the best writer in the world. Let me tell you the funny thing is that there are times when you read the book, John the St. John's book is called The Nigerian Civil War. He mentioned some mistakes from the Nigerian side. So the reason they don't like his book is not because it doesn't criticize Nigeria, it's because it criticizes Igbo. So if, for instance, I mean, to be honest, like you were saying earlier about the bombing, of course, there were bombings by Nigerian army in the east that led to civilian casualties. It's true. Yeah. See what I just did right now. I acknowledge the mistakes of Nigerian army. But of course, it's a war. So you always have things like that. Although it's terrible, but it's natural. What the East will tell is that they never killed anybody that was not a soldier. As a matter of fact, they did. If you say they did, you are a hater, you are sabo. It's a primitive mindset. So for them, you can't talk about anything wrong they did. If you do so, then that means that you are not their friend.
Then he said something again that the army targeted his house. They bombed his house. So I'm like, why is it possible that the Nigerian army is looking for him for any reason, or there's a reason why?
It's not that it wasn't that important.
That's what he said. He said he had a bomb blast while he was at work. Then by the time he got home, he saw people at his door. Then he saw that it's God that saved his family because they were not around, because he went to see his sick mother that was about to die. That was wow.
Thank God for his family.
And stuff like that. They bombed his house. That was the last time he saw his friend Christopher Okigbo, who later died. I think that one was the younger brother to Pius Okigbo.
I mean, he's free to tell his own side of whatever story he wants to tell, but I don't believe him one bit. I mean, it's not like I don't believe everything he says. There are some things that are true. Like I always say, you cannot write an entire book full of lies.
Yeah.
You need truth here and there to make it believable. So some things are there that make sense, but generally speaking, go make sense, man. Go make sense, man. But yeah,
that's what I've come across.
So that's the much you've read, Abi?
Yeah. Maybe when I'm done with the book, I'll have more questions.
Let me read something to you about what Achebe said on that particular point. He says, as far as that book is concerned, again, the book is called A Man of the People. He says, I didn't know about the coup, but it was not difficult to see that a military takeover was inevitable. You only had to be awake. Boy. I mean, I'm reading what people have said about the book, and they're just funny. Some people speculate a possible link between Achebe and Major Ojukwu Zogu, the young army officer who led the 66 school. They were both from the eastern Nigeria. No, Zogu was not from the east. Zogu was Igbo, but was from the Midwest. Anyway, it is what it is. But generally speaking, I think that folks from the east they just need to respect us a bit more. Like those of us who read their books, they just understand that we are human beings with brains, and so when they are writing their stuff, they will remember that, but generally, I don't think they respect anybody. They just write whatever it is that's in their heads, even if it's. And by the way, there's no critical thinking.
Championing the narrative. So there's really there's no average person that will read this book that you can change that person's mind. One, Achebe is a respected figure. He was in the war, so a lot of people will not even listen to you if you have other sources, because sometimes
that is why hold on, they will listen if they're not Igbos. You know why? Because, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth, victimhood is part of the Igbo identity in 2025, and it's been that for at least 80 years. The idea of Igbos being victim did not start with Chinua Achebe. It started way before independence. It was, guys, whatever you do, please be thinking of the future. Because the problem with this is it was a tactic they used in order to get what they wanted. It was like, if you say this enough and you shout loud enough and you talk about you being a victim, people will favor you. Now, I know this to be true because of what, we read some things. Was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago, I read Azikiwe's speech in 49, but I also read Salvatore Richard's speech in 47 about how much they speak, even though they give the list, they're always complaining. That thing would work. In other words, people will be able to give you stuff. But when it gets to a point, people get tired of you. Now, here's the real issue. That culture has now been embedded in the people, in your children. So they grow up just complaining. You could give them the world, they will still complain. So for me, that victim thing is now a cultural identity, like you can't take it away. So if a person has that kind of identity, they will easily believe whatever it is that Achebe says. But if anybody, Igbo or not, if anyone who chooses not to see things from that victim prism, they will be able to appreciate other sources. So again, the best way to debunk Achebe's book, don't bring one book and say Achebe is lying. Surround Achebe with witnesses, people who were there, people who wrote about it. Surround him, shame him. That's what I like to do with his book, to be honest. I like to shame him, but not with my own words. I shame him with other people who were present, and then I want him to hear them. I want him to listen to their point of view, and I want him to, in his own work, respond to them. So, for instance, I can use H.M. Green's book to pose a question to Achebe, and then I will look at Achebe's work to answer that question. If you notice that over and over again your answers are not convincing, then I know that you are lying. And again, surround him with witnesses, surround him with even his own people. For instance, surround him with federal government, surround him with Igbo writers, surround him with foreign writers. Leave Yoruba for now. By the time he's done responding to all of them, you will see the hypocrisy in the work, and then you know exactly what to believe, because there's some things that make sense in that book. You know what to believe, what not to believe. It's how I treated IBB's book as well, Journey in Service. You surround it with other material. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. Or else you just believe something because somebody has written a book. Any clown can write a book. Yeah. So yeah, but I hope. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing, because it does help to understand what's happening in Nigeria. And hopefully, maybe people will hear this and they'll get some help. But yeah. Well done.
All right.
If you finish that book, you should get an award, though.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I've not finished that book, and I'm not looking forward to finishing it, because let me ask you, because FFTW, did you read the chapters? You just enjoy, just continue reading, like there.
I just kept reading it. I just kept reading because
you need an award.
I'm curious. I want to know the things that I had, because for people to be, I've never read the book before, so for people to have so much opinion, about this war, and when I started reading it, maybe I would have loved it if it was not echoing a lot of things that people used to, the propaganda that flies around the most. So that's how I knew that most people that talk about it, this is the book they've read. Because if you meet somebody that is fed on that propaganda, everything John Achebe said, they will be saying it almost word for word.
Let me read something to you from that book. We want to do. Let's do an exercise. I'm going to read something from his book, and then you will now tell us what makes it right or wrong. The federal government's action soon after the war could be seen not as conciliatory but as outright hostile. After the conflict ended, the same hardliners in the federal government of Nigeria cast Igbos in the role of treasonable felons and wreckers of the nation, and got the regime to adopt a banking policy which nullified any bank account which had been operated during the war by the Biafrans. A flat sum of £20 was approved for each Igbo depositor of the Nigerian currency, regardless of the amount of deposit. if there was a measure, if there was ever a measure put in place to stunt or even obliterate the economy of a people, this was it. Now, hearing that, what do you think about that? Because of course it sounds very emotionally charged, right?
Yes.
So regardless of what you had, they gave you 20 pounds, and they were going for you, trying to destroy your life. So what do you think about that? Let's just do this short exercise before we go on.
It's obvious. It's riling you up. You think like the government didn't really care about them, give them £20, and some of them may be richer than that, and Nigeria just wants to impoverish them. You don't want to,
So how do you debunk that claim?
That's you have to find sources that talks about how the federal government actually helped, like the sources you read yesterday, and then.
So, thank you. So let me tell you how this propaganda thing works. Did the federal government give some people £20? Did they do it? The answer is yes. So that's the truth. That's true. You need that information that's true, that's verifiable. You need it. But you don't need it to the point where people will be able to go and read it. You will have to supply the details to make people feel like there's no reason to search anything else. So therefore, you're able to create this new truth, which of course is a lie, based on that small fact. So this is what it is. It is true that federal government gave people £20, but it's also true that people got their money back. So once you say everybody got £20 regardless of how much they had in their bank accounts, what you have done is to give these people the mindset that you are hated, they don't like you, they want you down, therefore, watch your back in Nigeria. And that's why you shouldn't be surprised to see a lot of young people who just have this anger.
Yeah.
In truth, to start with, majority of them did not own bank accounts. I mean, not just them, majority of Nigerians don't own bank accounts, but even those who did, everybody who had their money in Nigerian, there's some details it didn't add. For instance, if your money was in Nigerian currency, Nigerian pound, the old one, you got all your money back. Every single one of them got their money back. All you needed to do was to produce your passbooks, and you got your money back. And then, of course, there are examples. I played a video of a man called John Nyawodo, who was the Oga of, was the President General of Waneze Ndigbo. His father got £6,000, right? And of course, with interest. So all those people in that category, they got their money back. Number two, if you collected your money, your naira, and you gave it to Ojukwu, and used to collect Biafran pounds, you are not getting that money. Why? You didn't give Nigeria the money. The people that I really feel bad for, it's those people who say they're not able to present their passbook because the bank was burnt, or their books were burnt, or the houses were burnt. Those are the only ones that I feel sorry for. If you took your naira, sorry, it wasn't naira then, if you took your Nigerian pound, you exchange it for Biafran pound, how exactly is Nigeria supposed to pay for that mistake? Like, some of these things don't make sense. But you see, if you just want to bribe people up, you will forget the fact that, number one, those who had the Nigerian currency, they got their money back. You drop that one. You drop the fact that you already took your money and changed it into another country's currency. You drop that idea. Then the last part, you also stop the idea that the £20 that you got in return was a gift. The third category is the people who held on to their Nigerian currency but did not change it during that period when the money was changed. They also lost their money. But the people that entered Dumijufun are the people who actually have their bank, whatever, but they didn't have anything to prove it. But who do you blame? Because, okay, so if you come now, let's say you had 5,000 let's say £5,000, and you came and you say you had £50,000. How am I to prove that you are right or wrong? Or you had £20, you say you have £1 billion. How would I say you are a liar? There's nothing to show. It's your word against mine. No, but then the last one also is this. For those who are shouting that Nigeria was not fair, if you brought in worthless paper to me and you asked me to give you money, what will I do with the paper that I'm collecting from you? Am I going to build a house with it? Because it's worth nothing.
It was worthless, yeah.
It was worthless. But because his own job was to be a propagandist, all he said was, let me read you what he said. He said, a flat sum of £20 was approved for each Igbo depositor of the Nigerian currency, regardless of the amount of deposit. So what he has done basically is that we have three categories. It just it decided to shrink everything into one and made it seem as though they are hated and they gave us a policy to destroy our lives. Meanwhile, let me read something to you. Now that we're talking about that, let me read something that's quite interesting. Awolowo actually saved 21.5 million pounds in grants and 10.6 million in advances for the East Central State, based on population distribution of revenue to be available upon their return. You'll find what I just read now in a book called The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemon. No Ofia. Odia Ofemon. He mentioned how it says number. The commissioner also, it is in the fact declared by S.G. Ikoku, the Commissioner for Economic Development in East Central State, in the Daily Times of May 22, 1971, that the federal government had made available 21.505 million pounds grant, and 10.62 million pounds as advances and loans. It was part of the accumulated amounts saved for the East Central State during the war by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Commissioner for Finance and Vice Chairman of the Federal Executive Council, on the basis of population distribution of revenue. No one these days is ever allowed to know this little matter, even if the point is to show how well those who wanted the Biafrans dead followed the financial regulations that guided the Federation, and so kept what was due to the East in reserve for them until they returned to the fold. This person, S.G. Ikoku, was the Commissioner for Economic Development at the time, and this was what he said in 71. But why would you never find something like this? It's also Igbo, by the way. Why would you never find anything like this in Achebe's book? Because Achebe is a propagandist. That's why.
One of the things that is even funny about Achebe is that things like if he was one of the leaders of Biafra, there's no way you didn't know about Robert Augustine's letter and you didn't put that in your book.
Ifajuna?
No. I mean, Ichuna Achebe. Why was Robert Augustine's recitation?
Oh,
that was not in that
yeah.
Book. That one is
because Goldstein is Sabo.
He never mentioned it. Throughout this book, he never mentioned, not for once. Did he did you ever see the Red Cross crisis in Achebe's book? He spoke about the Red Cross, but it was not
the crisis. You will not see him say that Ojukwu rejected should I call it the proposal of the Red Cross to be able to use the land corridors?
He spoke about it, but he was being very, very silly. He said what he used to say. He said the reason why Ojukwu did not allow is because they will poison the food.
And, like I said, that particular phrase of poison the food is from Radio Biafra. The first person who said that thing was Okon calling them, and Achebe is just doing his work. It's again now. So here's the stupid thing: if they're going to poison the food on the road, two questions. Let's say they're going to poison the food. How come all the food they were stealing, that the soldiers were stealing before that time, and they were eating, how come none of them died of poisoning? That's one. Number two, if they could poison that food on the road, who would have done the poisoning? Was it the federal government that would do it or the Red Cross? Because if they flew it in, it could still be poisoned. You could poison before flying it. It's not like you have to. There's no law that says you must be driving before you can poison something. You can poison something before the freight. Mm-hmm. The truth is, I just feel sorry for the young ones who are Igbos, because it was something they did to make themselves feel good, but it's something that is now making people feel terrible, because now everybody thinks they're hated, and it's just sad. It's just sad. Maybe I'll even read some of these things today. Ignition, I'm going to speak in a bit. Just property, which no longer had a public advocacy. Once Sam Mbakwe, who had briefed Awolowo to take the matter to court, was importuned to withdraw it on the awkward reasoning that if Awolowo won the case in court, he would make political capital out of it. I think we should talk about this thing today. You know what? I'll talk about this thing today. Let's have let's have ignition because it's a different topic, but it's part of the whole stuff. But we'll talk about it in a bit.
All right.
Please,
Thank you
let's
so
keep
much.
our tapping on TikTok. Thank you, FFT, but don't go yet. I mean, we might still talk about your friend very soon.
All right.
Please, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. If you're on YouTube, please like the live and share as well. Thank you so much. You saw the video I uploaded about the starvation being caused by infertile lands and inefficient structures by Igbos. No, that's not what I said. That's part one. Part two is ready. Part two has to go on YouTube. It's about 20 minutes, and this TikTok doesn't take it. So I'm going to put the second part there. So again, we have to see. There's something about listening. It's a skill. It's an art. You have to be careful not to say what I did not say. I did not say that the starvation was caused by infertile land. I said that before the war, there was already an issue long in Iboland of infertile land, of land hunger, and of death of arable of fertile land, and essentially. So that was already there. In other words, and the reason I went that way, and there's a reason I didn't finish it in that first part. The second part is ready. I'll upload it once we're done with this live. If you appreciate where solid school. So I'm not saying the starvation in the war happened because of infertile land. I'm telling you that there was already infertile land long before the war. I'm going somewhere. Just let me answer your question, so maybe we'll be on the same page. Why did I provide that background? Because in order to deal with the, should I say, unproductivity or infertility of the land, or the fact that they were not able to produce a lot of stuff, what they did was to depend upon importation. That's the whole reason for the background. The idea for the reason I talked about it is because they had to import protein-rich food long before the war, and they depended on two sources. Number one source was they used revenues from agricultural produce. So, for instance, whatever they got from oil and stuff. By the way, on Sunday I visited an elderly person. We're talking, and he was talking to me about how they did some things in Ogoja, planted cocoa there, Okpara and all of those things. It was the land of the eastern minorities that actually produced much of the food that Igbos were eating, even before independence. Now, if you read Anthony Nauro's speech of August 1968, he mentioned that 64% of the revenue came from the eastern minorities. Only 36, you would get 36% you get in Iboland. So that means majority of stuff was from them. Number two, the other way they got money was through remittances from Igbos living outside Iboland. This is where it gets crazy. You're going to get on. So number one, the land is not fertile, which necessitated importation. But the way to get the import in was through money from resources. Much of that resources will come from the eastern minorities who want to have their own space. That's a political issue. The second way you got money was through remittances from Igbos living outside Iboland. Now, after the killings in the north, Ojukwu says everybody return. Many of them did not just carry their bags and decide to leave. A lot of them were called back. And it was a strategic thing. If you want to understand what I just said right now, read the book Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Neville Graham Douglas. He wanted them back for two reasons. Number one, he wanted them back because he wanted to cripple the utility in Nigeria, all the service industry, everything, cripple it, because as far as it was concerned, without Igbo, Nigeria would not run. So electricity company, water works, everywhere you had Igbos working, because at that time, they already positioned themselves in the civil service to ensure that everything depended on them. Not because they were the most qualified, but because they understood nepotism. And if you don't believe that again, please read the book. It's in the Telegram channel, Redomi Global on Telegram. You see a white paper there that tells you about how they got the jobs in the Federal Civil Service. So he withdrew them to cripple Nigeria, one. Number two, he withdrew them hoping that he will be able to give them jobs, employment, and businesses in the East. And in order to do that, he had to expel non-Easterners who were in the East. So if you're Yoruba, Hausa, Edo, anybody who was not Igbo and not from the East was ejected. If you're from the Midwest but you are Igbo, you will stay. If you're from the Midwest but you are Edo, you are leaving. everybody was ejected in order to create space for the Igbos. So this is where the problem is. Remember that the major source of protein was remittances from abroad. Abroad means outside Iboland, even if it's Ibadan or Kano or Kaduna or Lagos. When those people now had to return to the east, that means that the two major sources have been cut off. Number one, you cannot say you want to take food from the Ogoja side, or cows from them, or fish from rivers, because you're fighting with them. Number two, the people that are supposed to be giving you money from abroad have all returned home. Therefore, you will starve, especially when it comes to protein. So the whole idea about, there's land hunger, there's fertility, I was building up to the point where you have no plans to feed these people. Again, it's not the people's fault. It's the leader's fault. And they told him, Nebu Graham Douglas wrote it in his book, they told him, we can't afford to take care of all these people. He just wanted to fight. So you already know that there's a problem, even if nobody fought anybody, as long as the Eastern minorities had their own states, and the Igbos outside Iboland are being called back home, you will have problem with food. Because those are the two major sources, or those were the two major ways of raising funds to import what the land did not have. So it wasn't really like throwing shade, just to establish something. The second part of starvation, so war or no war, there'll be food issues. That's the point, and I hope you got it. And then what now happened during the war? That one, of course, happened because of the other things. Thank you, Ignition. It happened because soldiers were diverting food. Federal government blockaded the East, okay? And they did it because of what they talked about, and also because they were trying to get Ojukwu to surrender. No, he didn't want land routes. He wanted airdrops, or airdrop, not long way. He would prefer airdrops. And then, if you read Goldstein's letter, which was published in August of '68, he was literally begging Ojukwu to allow his people to eat. Airlift, thank you, Maiwa. Maiwa, by the way, I sent you a message. You please check it. It's on Telegram. Or they sent you a message, but I did it for them. Airlift, thank you. He wanted airlift. If you could just read Robert Goldstein's letter, it's in the book by this man, Alabi Sama. But I think you can find it online as well. You can find it online. Please read it. And then you see how, I think I'm going to title this, in fact, the video, I've not titled the video already. Let me I have an idea now. I'll title it, How Ojukwu Starve These People. People will hate me, but they will get the point, because that's what he did. And he did all of that because of content. How Ojukwu starved his people. He was trying to create content. And let me tell you something. What he wanted to do, he accomplished. When people saw those images, it touched their heart. It touched their heart. You know, the idea like people dying, and God, and you are not cursed. If you see those images, something must touch your heart. But even if you hate people, when you see that picture, something must happen in your heart. Like, you will be thinking of something, what to do to save those people. That was the goal. You see it in his letter. And by the way, you also see, you should find this online as well. Look for the report, the Red Cross report of 1968. I read a lot of documents a few days ago. The Red Cross report, ICRC, the UK House of Commons, the debate in 1968 about Nigeria civil war. There was a Nigeria debate several times. They had the debate. If you can find the Oxfam report as well, it talks about how they are hiding guns in crates. It's amazing how it's that man is just something else. And I think these people don't even know what he did, let alone say, I was going to say I hope these people forgive him, but they don't even know what he did. Especially the younger ones. They don't know. If they do, wallahi, Nigeria will be healed, because they will just know who to blame. Not that he's the only one, of course. I mean, there were issues from Nigerian side as well. The blockade, for instance, was crazy, but they were also trying to explain. They were trying to, assert authority. Like when the Red Cross was writing the report, they had some issues with Nigeria in bringing stuff in, and eventually Nigeria says, okay, you can bring it in, but you have to do it on our own terms. They were trying to assert authority, right? Now took the food, wanted to give it to the cuts in the middle, like, wait, we are doing it on Nigerian terms. You are the ones, but it's worth it, Telegram. Oh, I'm going to write it out there. T-Gold, t.me/radio me global. That's the account there. Phylum Kui as at 1967. This is on YouTube. The percentage of Nigerian with bank account was less than 20%, with other regions included. Thank you. When you hear this thing, you think everybody was a billionaire with dollars, and then they left the money. They different designs. She changed it, and she was good. A lot of people did that. But you see, those who believe in Ojukwu, and God bless their soul. I think the major problem from the East is people just hate the idea of taking responsibility. Like, this guy messed up, that's okay. Rather than saying, for instance, in the same book that FF was talking about, it was talking about how Nigeria is supposed to spend 500 million pounds on the East to rebuild the East, and that they did not even get a fraction of it. Meanwhile, Nigeria spent, at that time, the entire budget of the nation was over 500 million naira. So how they're supposed to give you 500 million naira to rebuild? Again, this is why don't destroy stuff you don't have the capacity to rebuild, and not be asking people to come and build it for you. But even then, Nigeria spent a lot of money. Maybe it was not up to 500 million, but we tried. We talked about that yesterday. If we have to, maybe we'll go back to it again today. But let's have Ignition. Good afternoon, Ignition. By the way, we're going to go to something else after today. Hello. Good afternoon.
Gusui, God bless you. Well done. You are doing a fantastic job. Mo gbàládùra pé làákàrè rẹ ò ní pín o. O sì ní ṣubú dànù. Gbogbo bá ṣe lù á máa dún fún ẹni o bàbá mi.
Àmín.
You see, I understand and I appreciate your delivery. But one thing that you cannot take away from a leopard is its black spot. No matter what you do to a leopard, its spot for almost about 3 weeks now. And I appreciate your depth and your. We are talking about had been deceived for far too long. Now, do you know you are an embodiment of knowledge and information by yourself?
I just may not know, so maybe if you tell me, I will know.
Many of them do not know that unless Ekweme has his house in Lagos, he saved all the money that Alex Ekweme, couldn't make during the war, and handed over that money back to him after the war. So the question now is, what do our brothers from the East, what exactly do they want? Look at what transpired between Erosi and Ademulegun in Ibadan. That was a man taking, sir?
Ademoyega.
That was a Yoruba man taking bullet. This man, you will not kill this man here. So that let the history not have it that.
Actually.
Okay. It's Ademulegun now.
Sorry, sorry. So Ademulegun was killed in Ademulegun was killed in Kaduna. Ademoyega was one of the coup plotters. The person you're talking about is Adekunle Fajuyi.
Adekunle Fajuyi. Lakaye onepin. For you to kill this man in my house, you will have to pass through me. That is bravery. That is bravery. I wonder if our brother can. I wonder if it were to be Fajui in the camp of Ironsi, if Ironsi will be able to do that. And that man surrendered his life. That man died alongside with who he thought was his friend. They don't like hearing this one. And all this while, thank God for what you shared with us today. All this while, I was even thinking that history, that history was not fair to them by giving them 20 pounds after the war, because that was all we have been hearing. They confiscated our money. They only gave us 20 pounds, But thank God that I was on air and I listened to that part of the history by you. May God Almighty continue to be with you. And I wish all this fast that you have, I wish you have something like a media documentary of all that we have been sharing, so that the generation coming after you and I can also know what happened way back then. God bless you, my dear brother. I am so proud of you, and I appreciate what you are doing. May God Almighty continue to abide and stay with you. God bless you.
Amen. 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 Thank you very much. That means a lot. It means a lot, and I appreciate it. We have some things planned, and then with time, we'll be able to. So for instance, all these recordings you find on YouTube, the live sessions, the replays on YouTube, and then of course we have some beats called out on YouTube as well as Facebook. But one of the things, some of the things I want to do in terms of media, like you mentioned, we have some plans, and we're hoping to make more content, on this historical stuff, just to be able to help our people and get them to understand exactly how this is. The issue of national sensitivity, the government is careful about. So here's the problem. Of course, was a sensitive matter. Everybody in Germany knows that history. The American Civil War happened. Everybody has the details. You know everything. Even if I'm not American, I'm sure you've read about the American Civil War. The problem with the Nigerian idea of Civil War is, to be fair, all the sides wrote. We are reading. Let me put it that way. Hopefully we'll read a bit more. But I also think that I think it's about the delivery. So although no matter what I do, they will still insult me, I react like, no, it's because I also don't like the blackmail, because it's gone on for too long. So there are certain people who, that's the only thing they believe. So even when you try to explain, society differs. I agree, society differs, but I'll say this: the reason they didn't do what they did is not because it was because of Go On. See, it's about society. It was the leadership. If Murtala Mohammed was the one in power, Iboland is in Nigeria. One day that one Yokroni, one Yombi Jigani. It's not about the society, it's about the leader. It was Go On's choice. That no victor, no vanquished thing that you hear, that thing is a Go On thing, because even Papa said that in the executive committee, there were things that they wanted to do that he knew that those people would be against him for doing it. Go On did those things because of the kind of person he was. Papa did what he did because of the kind of person he was, but people still hate them. And this is why they tell you to be hard. Not because you are a terrible person, but because if no matter what you do, you'll be insulted. So why not just do the one that it will be worth it? Like, apart from the conscience thing. So what this is for me is, when you search Go On's conscience, it's clean. But the problem is that sometimes you may have to do the hard stuff, even if it makes it look as if it's a big thing, to be honest, as far as leadership is concerned. But the reason the history of Nigeria is told the way it is because of those who were in leadership position during the time of the war. It's not so much because of society. Do you not know what happened with Ilorin? Do we not know what happened in Ilorin? what happened, what Afonja did, would Yoruba giving him national burial? Whatever national burial you saw, and I get your question, Mr. Babatunde, whatever national burial that was given to Ojukwu, it was because of Gowon. Gowon gave national burial to Nzogu. It's not an Ojukwu thing, it's Gowon. And because he set that precedent, everybody now start to shout, kwekoro. But here's the point. The point is that you're not going to have a generation of people in the Southeast who will constantly hate Nigeria, no matter what Nigeria does. And they do it because they say, oh, they will never become president, but they will never become president because of what they're doing. But they think they are doing what they are doing because they have never become president. It's chicken and egg kind of thing. But the reason they are doing that is also because, number one, they've never been made to face up with the thing that happened. This will happen. Like, you know how this thing can be difficult, right? But you have to do it also gently. And that's what I try to do. But sometimes I get angry with these people. But generally, it could be rejected subsequently, but just to accommodate them. What subsequently now? It was in 70. This is 55 years after the fact. What do you want to do now? You have to tell the story. And you have to tell it from all sides. And even if they don't listen, Nigeria will listen. And if Nigeria listens, then this crying, maybe if a person keeps crying and bothering you, then you face them with the truth. Maybe it will stop them from crying, and then they will want to think about how they got themselves in that situation. Just maybe. But you know what? Whether they do that or not, it's important for all of us to know what really happened. So that you don't have compassion. No, you should have compassion because they did suffer. In fact, let me say this. The suffering of the Southeast cannot be overemphasized or even swept under the rug. They suffered. The problem is why they suffered. And the problem also is their reaction to their suffering. In other words, they think because of the suffering is external. They think the whole thing is Nigeria problem, Nigeria lofa. And if you raise the people like that, I think we missed an opportunity with that. We did no victor, no vanquish. When you read it, it makes for good emotions, but it's terrible policy. It's terrible policy. There's nothing like no victor, no vanquished. It's a very terrible policy. America would never do that. You know why? Because they have the experience of Europe. They are coming from a civilization. They know exactly how these things work. But you see, for us, it was a small country, different nations, everybody was together, different cultures, different ideas. Then let us use our own personal philosophy, whether it's Christianity, your own understanding of what Christianity really means. Let me give you an example. This is going to be funny, Sha, but I think it's going to be fun. Okay, it's not comedy, so I will not say it the funny way. If Gowon happened to be one of the 10 virgins in the Bible, he would have. So one of the 5 wise virgins, he would have given away his oil. I'll explain what I mean. In the Bible, there's a parable of the virgins. All of them had oil in the lamp. If you want to come up, please send your request, Ajoke. Today, I think I just want to keep it a bit slow. Tomorrow, we'll go deep. There were 10 virgins. 5 had extra oil. The other 5 just came with their lamps. It was on everything. Everybody, it was getting dark. Everybody put on their lamps. And then the 5 foolish virgins, their oil ran off. And then they went to meet the 5 wise virgins. And I said, "Oh, give us oil." And those wise virgins said, "Come by share to for me at Go and buy it down there." Right? They described where those foolish virgins. Huh? 1 second. They described to anything talo exactly. They described the place where they would buy the oil. They told them to go there. Now, to you as a person, from an emotional standpoint, the wise virgins were terrible human beings. But that is how you deal with that. That's how a structured person or a structured environment. That's how you have to build a structured environment. If you want to build a structure, if you want to build a society, that's how to build a society. That parable shows you how to build a society. I can help you, but the only help I can give to you is to tell you exactly where to buy. If I share this one I have with you at this part, I mean, if it was in the afternoon, I probably would share it with you. But if I share it with you right now, and the bridegroom arrives, and then I will now have to go with you to go and buy. By the time the bridegroom arrives, he takes the people that he finds there, and then I'll be out. But to you, I'm a good person, but to destiny, I have lost. In destiny, I have lost. That's why when they went to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived, he saw the 5 who were wise, who had extra oil, he took them into his chambers. That means that what that wise virgin did not to share oil, when you think about it, you're like, that's not right, that's not compassionate, that's so okonburuku, okonlile. But no, if you're going to build a society, that's how to build a society. I think he would have given away his oil because in his mind the idea of Christianity is let's just let's all be happy together. But what happens when the bridegroom arrives? The truth is, the idea of no victor, no vanquished is a very terrible thing for us today. Now, I don't blame him, because again, hindsight is 2020. If I were the one, would I have done it better? You could never. Due respect given to him. But looking back now, just make it clear: the South lost. United States, the South lost. The North won. You hate it. The Confederates are still there till today. They have whatever dreams they have, but the way they are thinking about it is not the same way their fathers thought about it. I think if you want to heal, you'd have healed. What happened? Let me just quickly explain, then we'll let the next speaker speak. What happened in Nigeria's history is that because of his declaration, Nigeria opened their arms to the Igbos. People donated money to the Igbos. Churches, individuals, state governments all across Nigeria, including the ones that they call Aboki, the Osin Sword, all these people, because no victor, no vanquished. As a matter of fact, J. Sawa Elago said, nowhere in the history of the world did you have that kind of healing that fast. But I want to ask you today, this is 2025, were those people really healed? Think about it. Quick work. Everybody is not fine. Everybody is not fine. The Bible was saying they are still not healed. So that thing that makes you look as if everything has worked now, we are all good. We give them money. We told them to come back. You saw the videos. I played one yesterday, and Yoruba people were like, let them come back to Lagos. They are good people. It's their leaders that caused it. All those things. All those nice, flowery things. Me, I'm a Christian. That's how we were raised. Until you read the other side of the Bible, the same Bible, but you understand it differently. For instance, growing up, what did they tell you about the 5 virgins? Oh, have lamb. Nobody really tells you that it's a very hard decision. It's a decision that will make me feel like, do me come help but you gbọ́dọ̀ lọ ní ní ẹ. Ṣùgbọ́n kò túmọ̀ sí pé tó bá jẹ́ pé ọ̀sán ni o, màá ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́, mo tẹ̀lé ẹ débẹ̀. Those kind of hard decisions, I think that our generation have to take those decisions essentially, but hopefully we'll be fine and we'll be a better nation. But the truth of the matter is that there's nothing like no victor, no vanquished. The East lost. If they had been told they lost 55 years ago, they'll be healed today. But when you say no victor, no vanquished, some of them now came with these ridiculous expectations. E.g., Chino Achebe, read his books. He was talking about how the federal government should have spent over 500 million pounds. The entire budget of the nation for that year was just a little over 500 million pounds. They had surplus of 20 million pounds. That's the entire budget of the nation. Ojukwu did his own all the way. Ojukwu focused so much on getting back his own property that he didn't even care what happened. Sorry, I have to mute you. Sorry, because of he didn't even care what happened to the other people until he got his full property back from Babangida. It was about him. What did Ojukwu do for his people? What did he? Have you ever heard of any CSR or any community, whatever, any charity? What? He's not known for that. He's just known that he fought a war. No sorry, no remorse. And then to make it worse, the generation, that same generation, now came to put that panel to demand 8.6 trillion naira. You know what? Guys, give me 1 second. I want to read something in a book. Let me pick a book. 1 second.
Hello, Busui.
Would you believe that the generation that fought that war, not another generation, no, the one that fought and lost, they had the effrontery less than 30 years after the war to look Nigeria in the eye and ask for 8.6 trillion naira. That same generation and the one after that generation have the effrontery in 2025 to ask for 10 trillion naira from Nigeria. Why do you think that is? There's no consequence. I mean, it's like when the bridegroom came back and saw the 5 wise virgins and said, "Yeah, enter into my joy," and then he took them into his bedchambers, and then that was it. You know what Nigeria really did? What Nigeria did was, when the 5 foolish virgins returned, Nigeria's bridegroom opened the door in the name of mercy. Nigerian bridegroom opened the door. What Nigerian bridegroom did not understand is the fact that now that you have allowed those 5 people to enter, no other person will care about the law of having your oil trimmed, having your lamp trimmed, having enough oil. Nobody cares about that anymore. Why? Because you have now made it a law that a person can act without, can do anything he likes without consequences. I'll see if I can find that page. You see, when you see the whatever entered people to be asking for that money is what made me just feel like, okay, I don't think they did it. I mean, again, I can't blame them. I'm not saying, you know, our elders are kidding, but I'm just saying that, I mean, looking back, sure and be. Okay, I've seen it actually. One second, sir. Let me just read something.
Okay.
So this book is by Matthew Asankuka, right? It's called Witness to Justice. I think not that I think, it's a fantastic book. He worked with Justice Oputa during the Oputa panel. Let me read something to you from this. Oputa panel was from 1999 to 2002, and he was the secretary, right? I think. Let me read something to you from what Ohaneze was asking for. Against the background of the alleged violation of their rights, Ohaneze sought the following remedies from the federal government. I'm reading page 353. Ohaneze sought the... Let me take it again. Against the background of the alleged violation of their rights, Ohaneze sought the following remedies from the federal government of Nigeria. Number 1, compensation for the Igbos over the atrocities of the past. Are you going to blame these people? Or blame yourself for not putting everybody where they belong? It happened to me in real life, by the way. This has happened to me in real life. It happened when I was 13. I learned a lesson. Something similar happened even on TikTok. I dealt with it. I didn't talk about it. You deal with it. Or else, they will ask you for compensation. So number 1, compensation for the Igbos over the atrocities of the past. Number 2, reverse discriminatory allocation of industries. In other words, make them put industry for the Southeast. Number 3, give the East a steel rolling mill and petrochemical industry. Number 4, give the East the second Niger bridge. Number 5, dredge the Niger, Imo, and Oguta lakes. Number 6, appoint 2 persons into the National Security Council. Number 7, appoint an Igbo man a divisional commander. Calculation of human losses during the Civil War. Number 1, 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. This is a lie. Respectfully. Respectfully. But we'll come back to that. It's a lie. I've talked about it here before, how the numbers kept going up. And this last one you got, this 50,000 you got, is a number that came out in 1969 during the Ahira Declaration. In fact, let me just stop to explain. If you want to know, should I say it or should I read it? Let me read it. It's in a book by John de St. John. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. I hope I'll quickly find it, but I think it will not be fair to just say it, because a young parent, By the time I'm done, I'm not done with the demands. I'm not done with the demands. When you hear the demands, you will now be asking, wait, what is the benefit of keeping the law? More of us just they break law anyhow now, because after you don't break the law, they will call you, we'll talk. What am I looking for? Okay, this one. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. I hope I can quickly find the page. I found it. You guys are going to like this, by the way. Today I decided to go into the new topic. We're going to go into it perhaps tomorrow. That will be on Victor Banjo and how they were tried in Biafra. So let's walk with me. Again, this book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. It says, while nothing can excuse or condone the terrible wrong done to the Igbos in the north, Ojukwu, the eastern government, and later Biafra supporters played an irresponsible numbers game. What do you call it? An irresponsible numbers game with the death toll of the October massacres, converting it into one of the horriest of the Civil War's myth. Ojukwu himself escalated the figure on 4 separate occasions, without apparently anyone noticing. In the foreword of the Eastern Region's booklet, Pogrom, he spoke of more than 7,000 dead. This was around October of 1967. Sorry, let me help this one that his family house is burning. It says, because of this nonsense, I will go back. By the way, this guy should stop. Okay, if you like, be doing one. Outside again. While nothing can excuse or excuse me. By the way, it's important to always have that preface, because what I talk about in numbers is not like you're trying to act like nobody suffered, nobody died, but the lies are too many. We're going to go back to the book by Matthew Asankuka in a bit. All right. While nothing can excuse or condone the terrible wrong done to the Igbos in the north, Ojukwu, the eastern government, and later Biafra supporters played an irresponsible numbers game with the death toll of the October massacres, converting it into one of the horriest of the Civil War's myth. Ojukwu himself escalated the figure on 4 separate occasions without apparently anyone noticing. In the foreword of the Eastern Region's booklet, Pogrom, he spoke of more than 7,000 dead. This was towards the end, the last quarter of 1966. At the Aburi conference in January of 1967, long after all the casualty returns were in, he said 10,000 had died. That's the second time. So first time, more than 7,000. Second time, he said 10,000. By the time the war was underway, this had leapt to 30,000. The figure most often used by Biafran propaganda. That's number 3. It says the figure most often used by Biafran propaganda and most often unthinkingly by outsiders, including, I hasten to add, myself. He also believed it, the writer of this book. Then he said, and then in the Ahira Declaration, this was in 1969, by the way, in Ahira Declaration, Biafra's blueprint for revolution, published in June of 1969, he claims 50,000 were killed. That's the 4th time. The true figure will probably never be known, but most reliable estimates converge on something between 6,000 and 8,000. Although Ojukwu's Aburi figure might just be within the realms of possibility. Several hundred Northerners were also killed in reprisals in the east. Why did I say that? Because while reading this book now, I just saw what they said, that 50,000 Igbos were killed. Where did they get that number from? From reality? No. From Ojukwu's imagination. You know, Ojukwu was not able to get Biafra as a nation, so he stayed in there's a place he created, Imaji. Is a nation, imagination. That was where it was pulling the figures from. So let's go back to what they wanted. So they said, number 1, 50,000 Igbos killed in the north. 10,000 Igbos killed in other parts of Nigeria between 1967 and 1970. Source, I don't feel like I give you. Number 3, 30,000 Igbos maimed in the pogroms between 1967 and 1970. Number 4, 50,000 severely raped women. Severely raped. Okay. Number 5, 50,000 assaulted and maimed. I thought we already talked about people maimed already. Okay, we'll continue. Number 6, 600,000 killed during the war. Number 7, 900,000 children who died. Number 8, 500,000 women raped, apart from the one that were severely raped as well. Number 9, 2 million now intellectually permanently retarded. Those are the parents of some of the people that insult me on TikTok and YouTube. Their parents are the ones who are intellectually permanently irreversibly retarded. I did not say it. I promise you, this is Ohanes Ndibo. Number 10, 2 million Igbos who were psychologically traumatized. Number 11, 2 million refugees. Number 12, additional liabilities not based on human beings. Total financial claims based on the above, 8.68, in fact, let me say it in English, 8 billion, no. Well, I know by it, 8.68, it's supposed to be based on 68 billion. 8.68 billion, so it's essentially 8 trillion. 8 trillion, 680 billion, 150 million naira. Let me just take it again. Total financial claims, they should have put comma, they put decimal point. That's what was confusing me. Total financial claims based on the above, 8 trillion, 680 billion, 150 million naira. So what they did between 2002 and 2025 was now round it up to 10 trillion naira. That happened this year. You keep having things like that if nobody stands up, not to judge the Igbos, but just to explain that, listen, Oga, the thing where you do, people are just hiding it and keeping it so that, everybody will live in peace. Don't be moving mad. Don't be asking me for money for waiting you even do. How would a person have the audacity to come up with this kind of demand? Because you told him, no victor, no vanquish. That's the reason. That's the reason nations do what they do. That's why Singapore is the way Singapore is. Ordinary chewing gum, Otiwagao. We don't understand nation building. We're just playing lip service. And those who say Nigeria is not good, they don't understand that what Nigeria is right now. Not all of us just happy say, now wait till we get with this. Because I said all of that to say this. We are using church mind, but the church mind we are using, we don't understand how church mind works. For instance, if you've ever been a minister, church administration can be something. I'll just give you this example, then we'll move on to someone else. And I'm saying church mind because Gowon was a Christian, and everybody is a Christian. Everybody sees him from that perspective. Even Ojukwu said he would not fight because he was a Christian. That's how dumb they think Christians are. Or that's how dumb they think it means to be a Christian. You're going to ask a question, let me just finish this one. Paul wrote a letter to Timothy. I'm quoting a lot of scriptures these days because people have been using that Bible thing to attack me, say, are you not a Christian? So let's go inside Bibles more. Paul wrote a letter to Timothy, and we're talking about administration and how to take care of widows. And he said to him, if a person comes to you and say, oh, they're a widow, they need help, she's a widow, she needs help from the church, ask her, look at her age first. How old or young is this person? Then ask her about her family, her husband's family. Are they able to care for her? Like, don't jump to, let me carry money and give. Because if you do that, you are going to make her dependent on you. And the problem is that when you're not able to do it, you will hear that church doesn't help anybody. No, everybody will forget what you've ever done. They will forget that you helped them when their children were going to school and you couldn't pay school fees. They will forget because you didn't create a structure. So first ask, is there someone that can help? What can you do? Do you work? And that's where the scripture, whoever lives for pleasure and not for work, something about you should live for work instead of for pleasure. Anyway, you have to ask all those questions. Why? Because administration uses emotion as a tool. It's not driven by emotion. Like, emotion is important, but you use your emotions or whatever feelings you're having, you're able to use it with reason. not to be driven by it. And I think the way Nigeria has been, and that's why a lot of people don't respect the structure, is that you just commander be which is important. No consequences for bad behavior. That's why. Ignition, please go on.
On what actually transpired in Aburi. Thank you.
Yeah. 1 second though. Again, somehow the asylum issue time we have. When they got there, Ojukwu did not have the kind of mindset that Gowon had. Gowon is, I'm saying this because I'm a Christian, I'm a church boy. You know this church boy thing of all of us are good. Now they think like that. Guys, no, they think like that. The guy came prepared. A day before, a permanent secretary, a Nigerian permanent secretary, a director in the Nigerian Civil Service was in Ghana, and he told them go on that he saw some guys in Ghana who used to work together in Nigerian Civil Service before, Ojukwu started shouting Biafra, that they're not supposed to be in Ghana. And people actually had go on not to go for that meeting because Ojukwu had already changed the tactic from the word go. But go on being moved on for the Lord, decided to have the meeting. When they got there, he just came like, guy, we didn't have our SMC meeting back in Nigeria. We came here for SMC meeting. That's Supreme Military Council. Let's just talk about it. All the governors are there. Asan Katina was there. Adebayo was there. Mbolaji Johnson was there. You are also here. We're just going to talk. Okay. Ojukwu came out with a list of demands. And by the way, history actually recognizes that he was better prepared. There, he said this. He outlined what he wanted. Now, according to Gowon, they agreed on some things. They didn't agree on some things. But even the things they agreed to were too good to be true. There's a book I will recommend by the Secretary of the Government of Eastern Region at the time. His name is N.U. Akman. The book is called The Struggle for Secession. When they were traveling back, Ojukwu looked at him in the plane and asked him, do these people understand what they signed? And the guy was like, I don't think they do, because it was too good to be true. When they got back home, they had conversations. The major person, for instance, that people talk about in history was the man who eventually became the Oba of Benin. He did his work, right? Advised Gowon on what to do and what not to do, and how some of these things essentially just make you powerless. Because the truth of the matter is that if you look at the details of it, it actually would make Gowon powerless. Everything had to go through a board. You have this SMC, they have veto powers. You are the president, but you have to consult with them. You're not really a dictator in the normal mode of a dictator. You're just like an administrator, and then you're having a confederacy, that kind of structure. Weak center, you have powerful constituent union. Anyway, it took a while. Now, this is where it gets interesting. You know what? I think I should read something, because if I say it, people will still not believe. Now, if I read it, they may still not believe, but at least I would have. It will not look as if I'm just making things up. Let me read the book. Look away, The Struggle for Secession. Akman. I'm going to stay on this book for a bit, just so. Okay, let me start from. So we don't go back to all the things. So they had champagne in Aburi, all those nice stuff. Oh, all right. So the book is called The Struggle for Secession. No, Siri, I want to advise you. You're not as smart as you think you are. When you come here, please just let your ears do the work. Relieve your fingers, right? Stop typing what you don't know. Just relax. So I'm not going to read Nigeria's side now. I'm going to read the secretary to Ojukwu and what he says. As a matter of fact, to the end of this conversation, I would make sure, I would try not to read anything from Yoruba side or from Nigerian side, so that it doesn't look like I'm trying to make excuses, like this person is accusing me of in the comment section. But let's work together. Why is this thing important? Why is this person important? He was there. I wasn't there. You weren't there. The person insulting me is not there. So let's listen to people who were there. Now, this other one is also from a person who was there. This is from Go On. So maybe we'll read this one later. But let's stay with the East for a while. The actual decisions of that meeting are well known, for they have been far too often quoted in different ways and circumstances. What meeting? Aburi. I shall not therefore go into the details here. Carry these points. At this one meeting, he obtained almost all that he had wanted to achieve, both at the meeting of the representatives of the military governors arranged on August 9th, 1966, and at the abortive ad hoc constitutional conference of the same year. That was the one in September where they were bombing Federal Palace Hotel. Again, Edmund Agu was sent by Ojukwu to bomb parts of Lagos until he bombed himself somewhere in Lagos. But let's continue. And at the abortive ad hoc constitutional conference of the same year. Furthermore, he arranged that the body of the kidnapped and murdered former Supreme Commander should be exhumed and given a state burial. Why were those people so jubilant? The military governor quietly asked me after our plane had taken off. Do you think they have grasped the full implications of the decisions they have taken? I did not think they had, and I told the governor so, and he smiled with satisfaction and asked his ADC to bring out a bottle of champagne. I must have spoiled the fun and made him wonder when in the midst of the drinking I said, quote, "Your Excellency, I am honestly worried by it all," end quote. I had chosen my words carefully to ensure that he did not know exactly what I meant. Fortunately, he did not pursue the matter, but I was honestly worried by the fact that those decisions could mean the end of what we used to know as Nigeria. However, as a civil servant, I took them as the decisions of those whose duty it was to make them. While it was my duty to carry out such decisions, whether I liked them or not, or else I resigned if I felt so strongly against them and could afford it, but which I could not do under a military regime with its guns and absolute powers. Let's jump from that to another part of this conversation. At the next paragraph, then it says here, it had been one of the understandings of the Aburi meeting that the first statement on the meeting and its decisions should come from Lagos, that is, from the head of state, even though the governor of the East still said he would not recognize Colonel Gowon as such until he had been formally appointed, so appointed, and had undertaken to propose that at the next meeting of the Supreme Military Council in Nigeria, a carefully drafted communique had been issued in Ghana, and the governor expected to receive praise and commendations from his mentors at home. Please listen. Oh. This is where you know what the real problem of the East is. You know what? If you're from the East, you find the problem in it. I won't mention it because I don't want you to think I am. You'll find the answer there. You find the answer, but the answer is in what I'm about to read. It says here, oh boy, oh yeah. Okay. A carefully drafted communique had been issued in Ghana, and the governor, that's Ojukwu, expected to receive praise and commendations from his mentors at home. Unfortunately, these he was not to have, for on arrival at Enugu Airport, all he heard from his arch-advisor was, "Thank God you have come back alive. That is all that matters." That's Akpan, N.U. Akpan, he says, I was close by and immediately asked if he had not heard all the governor had achieved at Aburi. A direct telephone or wireless link had been installed between Enugu and Ghana, and the governor had been informing them of what was happening at the conference. And this is what the man said: "But you have not brought us full independence or sovereignty." That was the reply I received. In other words, even before that meeting, what they wanted was to have a nation. And this was corroborated by Nebo Graham Douglas in that other book, where I talked about what the advisors were saying, that what we really want is to get out of. I said something in another video. I said Ojukwu did not go to Aburi to get all those things. Ojukwu went to Aburi to ask for what he couldn't get. He wasn't expecting to get those things. That's why he asked N.U. Akpan, "Are you sure these guys grasp what they're even doing?" He wanted to ask for something that the government would say no, and then he would not justify whatever action he was going to take, afterwards. But then, instead of them to say no, they said yes. But is this still Aburi? No, let's continue. let's just read a little more. You're going to get a lot of information from this book. It says here, the governor was surprised and peeved. He drove home to the State House, accompanied by those who had come to receive him at the airport. There, he briefed them fully on the decisions taken, after which he was probably advised to inform the public. Now listen, contrary to the understanding reached in Aburi, namely, that the first statement on the outcome of Aburi should come from Lagos, there was hardly anything that Ojukwu was supposed to do that he did. He just did what he wanted to do, regardless of the, again, consequences. No consequences. And I think that's a mistake on the Nigerian part. Maybe I speak like this because I'm a parent. If you're a parent, you know what this is. You're raising a kid, you always say, Manuel. On rí pé ó kàn sọ̀rọ̀ ni ó nà wọ́n rí. Ó máa bàjẹ́. Àwọn people ti bàjẹ́. In case you don't understand Yoruba, what I said was, if you have a kid, you're raising a child, and then child does something, you're like, I'll deal with you, I'll punish you. You're always threatening, you're always saying, but you never do anything. After a while, the child gets used to, not just mouth, they're just talking, until it becomes a spoiled brat. I think the East is spoiled. Not because they want to be, but because of, one, the way the leaders led them, and two, the way the Nigerians also treated them, because of love. Let's continue. All this justify Aburi, no Siri. Use your ears. Listen, where I'm going to end up, you have never heard of it before, I can assure you. There's a video I have of it, by the way, on YouTube. How Ojukwu rejected Aburi. You have never heard of it. So please just hold on. You get it. We're not there yet. So contrary to the agreement, Ojukwu was the first person to open his mouth and talk, instead of waiting for Lagos. Let's continue. Who is writing? N.U. Akpan. Who is he? Why should we listen to him? He was the secretary to the Eastern Region government. Was Ojukwu secretary that of the government? All right, so let's go on. So contrary to the understanding reached in Aburi, namely that the first statement on the outcome of Aburi should come from Lagos. Thus, soon after our arrival back home, the governor called a press conference because it has, quote-unquote, come to my notice that the public is anxious to have more details of decisions taken. In other words, it's like Saul. He would do it because the people wanted to hear about it, regardless of the structure, regardless of... Let's continue. And his hurry to make the statement was caused by the quote-unquote misgivings, which I understand are prevalent in the region as a result of this meeting. He went on, I recall that just before my departure, when the public did not even know that our meeting was so close, students and other groups of individuals issued resolutions advising me against attending any meeting with my counterparts. The governor then analyzed the implications of the Aburi decision, stressing that the regions would henceforth pull further apart than before. The army had been regionalized and so on and so forth. This alerted and annoyed Lagos and all the other participants. Sorry, let me just answer that question. Can I just survive without the Igbos? Yes. During the war, we did a lot better than when you returned. By the time you return, you spoiled the economy with importation of terrible products, destroying the manufacturing industry in the process. Don't think of yourself too highly than you should. What do you mean, can Nigeria survive without Igbos? When did you even get into Nigeria? People have been surviving for millennia. You got into our space in 1930. Are you joking? One day I'll do a session on the economy of Nigeria during the war. It was so good. It was so good by 1970. The budget had £20 million surplus. What do you mean, what can I do without you? What do you bring to the table that cannot be gotten from anywhere else? You're not producing anything. Stop it. Let's go back to this. These are the issues. Inflated ego on top of nothing. Let's talk as human beings. You'll be talking as if you are better than everybody. Meanwhile, in reality, you have nothing to boast of. Let's just go back. Man, I'll just change topic. Be humble. Let all of us talk like brothers. All these your things is nonsense. There's nothing there. You don't have anything. This Nigeria, they just treat you like a special case. Yeah, you are good. Motivational speech. You are better. You are strong. You are powerful. Oh boy, he didn't dare. Where was I? So this is Ojukwu speaking. I recall that just before my departure, when the public did not know that our meeting was so close, students and other groups of individuals issued resolutions advising me against attending any meeting with my counterparts. The governor then analyzed the implications of the Aburi decisions, stressing that the regions would henceforth pull further apart than before. The army had been regionalized and so on and so forth. This alerted and annoyed Lagos and all the other participants at the conference. They awoke to the fact that they might have been hoodwinked, and were annoyed that the understanding that the first statement should emanate from Lagos should have been disregarded by Colonel Ojukwu, without even the courtesy of prior information to the rest. There was much wrangling between Colonel Ojukwu and Colonel Gowon and Colonel Ojukwu over the phone on the matter. The harm had been done. The cat was out of the bag. The confidence engendered at Aburi was undermined and was being replaced by awakening suspicions. A group of top federal civil servants met to scrutinize the decisions and arrived at firm recommendations for their rejection. The storm began to gather, turbulent and fast. Now we're going to part two of what I'm saying. Somebody says, yeah, you are better than everybody. Yeah, that's why. That's why you can't stay at home. Oniranu. Let's continue. You are always moving from one house to another because there's nothing back at home. You are better than everybody. You are not serious. With his usual calculating and anticipatory mind, Colonel Ojukwu knew that once the true implications of the Aburi decisions were appreciated in Lagos, his colleagues at the conference might consider themselves duped, and so either stall on implementing the proposals, as happened in the case of the decision made on August 9, 1966 about the posting of troops, or even repudiate the decisions, as indeed was virtually to happen in this case. Let me just tell you what is here. So he came up with a timetable and told the federal government that, guys, by January 21st, 1967, we must have a decree. Again, stupid, because who are you? Yes, who are you to be telling everybody what to do? He came up with his own timetable, we must have this thing, there must be a meeting on the 14th, all the law officers of the Federation must meet on the 14th, and then there will be a law on the 21st. Displaced persons. By the way, the federal government eventually dropped the money, £500,000. What did Ojukwu do with it? To feed the refugees? Nah. He used it to buy guns. Where did I get that from? Anthony Nauro's speech, August 12, 1968. This was over for years, so let's talk about recent developments. I don't care. As long as your people and your elders and your children and you guys are lying about it to blackmail people, it's not over. If you want it to be over, just do your life, live your life. Or if you're going to talk about it, speak based on facts. There's no time for blackmail anymore in Nigeria. And God will bless all of us in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's continue. Although the law officers met as scheduled, the decree was not promulgated by January 21st, 1967. Before then, Colonel Ojukwu had been importuning the head of the military government to honor the deadline. But as we have seen, others were now having second thoughts. Why? Because Ojukwu read out stuff based on what he thought after they got back from Aburi, even though that was not the plan. As a matter of fact, even the meeting, the people they took to the meeting, he was not supposed to take them there. But then again, there's a pattern of allowing things to slide. 1 second, please. I think there is one of the descendants of the retarded people. Let me just help you and your parents by muting you because you're about to convulse. Where was I? And of course, they were like, okay, Bilal said this. I'm not saying this is the reason. I've seen others were now having second thoughts. Later, a draft decree came from the federal government, but was clearly out of tune with the Aburi recommendations. The East naturally could not accept it. Tension heightened. Arguments and even quarrels broke out and worsened when on January 15th, the federal government launched a vicious pamphlet in answer to several which had been published by the East. So the East was already insulting everybody. The West, the federal government answered once. The federal pamphlet was entitled Nigeria 66. Colonel Ojukwu claimed that in the true spirit of Aburi, Colonel Gowon had told him in advance about the publication, and he had persuaded Colonel Gowon to agree to suspend it. Again, somebody published several pamphlets to insult Nigeria. Just to do it anything we like. When Nigeria wanted to now respond, Gowon now called Ojukwu like, I'm about to respond to you. Again, church mind. If you get too churchy and soft to these people, they think you are stupid. That's the reason I remind people that they are very dumb and retarded. Because gentility to them means stupidity. But I ain't stupid. Let's go on. Ojukwu was even trying to persuade him to suspend publishing pamphlets, even though he and his own people have been publishing several pamphlets to insult Nigeria. Let's go on. On February 17th to 18th, again, remember, Aburi Accord was January 4th to 5th, right? And then they had a meeting of the law officers on January 14th, a week after. Sorry, I have to meet one more person. Church mind, when civilians were being murdered, go and talk to your Ojukwu, who allowed you, who made your people get murdered. Don't come and cry for me. Don't cry here. Don't blackmail us here. We don't do that here. This is not the, what do they call that thing? Trauma bonding. Let me tell you what happened to me. You come and feel sorry. Oga, why not ask what really happened that caused what happened to you? But let's continue. Let me not get distracted anymore. I'll try. So Aburi Accord was on the 4th and 5th. The lawyers, the legal guys met on the 14th. The secretaries to the military government met on the 17th and 18th of February. One of those people is the one writing this book. He says on February 17th to 18th, secretaries to the military government, accompanied by legal and financial advisors, met in Benin to advise on how the Aburi decisions should be implemented. There had up till now been pressures on the federal government by those who read the writing on the wall to do something about carrying out the Aburi decisions in order to keep the country together. At that meeting, I impressed upon my colleagues the need to implement the decisions in order to enhance the image and good name of the country. No matter what personal reservations one might have about the actual decisions, the fact remained that they were agreements freely entered into by those in whose hands lay the destiny of the country. I criticized my colleagues in the federal government for trying to change policy decisions duly taken by the highest authority in the land, the Supreme Military Council. As civil servants, our duty was to carry out the decisions of the government, although we had also the right, indeed the duty, to analyze and spotlight the effects of such decisions. Please stay with me. I'm about to get into the juiciest part of this conversation. The outcome of that meeting, what meeting? The meeting of the secretaries to the military government, accompanied by legal and financial advisors, on the 17th to 18th February 1967. The outcome of that meeting was decree number 8. This is the decree that Biafrans don't talk about because either they don't know it, and why don't they know it? Because the people who cooked the propaganda did not include decree number 8 in any conversation they have. Please stay with me. The outcome of that meeting was decree number 8, which in my view faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions. Who is writing here? A Nigerian, is it on the Nigerian side? No, it's on the Biafran side. He said the outcome of the meeting that we had as Secretary of the Government, as secretaries of all the regions and the federal government, the outcome of that meeting was decree number 8, which in my view faithfully implemented the Aburi decisions. As was the practice, the draft was sent to all the military governors of the country. A meeting of the Supreme Military Council was fixed for Benin on March 10th. Remember that date, we're coming back to it. Benin had been chosen to enable the military governor of the East to attend, since he would not go to Lagos because of the presence of northern troops in the West. The East military governor had no intention of attending because he had been advised by his constitutional experts not to accept the decree. Why? Because it had not, quote unquote, fully implemented the Aburi decisions. Are they right? You will find out. Just hold on for a bit. What was more, the military governor had received reliable information that he will be kidnapped or arrested once he reached Benin. The federal government had in fact done everything to ensure the security of all attending. The world press was present. How could one believe, I asked, that with all the glare, attention and interest of the whole world focused on what was going on, the federal government would be so reckless and mean as to arrange the kidnapping of the East military governor whilst attending a legitimate meeting arranged by the federal government to resolve the Nigerian crisis? I incurred much displeasure with such an impertinent question and also earned further suspicion and distrust. Let me just explain what I've read so far. This is not the end, it gets better, but just stay with me. January 4th to 5th, you had the Aburi Accord. January 17th, right? Is it 17th? 1 second. January 14th, that's a week after the meeting in Aburi, about a week after. They had a meeting with the legal experts. February 17th and 18th, the secretaries of the government met, and they had the legal advisors and financial advisors. That meeting birthed decree number 8. Ojukwu said he didn't want decree number 8. They fixed the meeting for March the 10th. March 10th, right? Again, this is just about 2 months after the Aburi meeting. Ojukwu said he couldn't go to the meeting because they're going to kidnap him. This man, his secretary, is saying, how would they kidnap you when the whole world is looking at what's happening? But his own advisors, which, by the way, when you read the book by Nebo Graham Douglas, he called them the Nnewi clique. Is in Graham Douglas's book. It's also in the Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. He has this clique made of his relatives and people from his hometown. They were the supreme advisors in Biafra. In fact, before Biafra itself, in Eastern region, they were higher than any other group, including the Eastern Consultative Forum. So they told him, don't go, they're going to kidnap you and stuff like that. He then said, why would they kidnap you? I mean, nobody's going to do these things to you. They now started looking at him with suspicion. All you have to do was ask questions and he becomes Sabo. Just like what happens in the obedient movement. It's the same spirit. Let's continue. This is the crazy part. We're about to get into it. The draft decree had gone to the governor first, and he handed it to the legal experts to examine. I saw a copy later, but in time for me to study and make counter comments on legal experts. Before I tell you what he thought about the draft decree, that's decree number 8, let me read to you some of the things in that decree to see what Gowon did to himself, to deny himself of certain things because of Nigeria. But you see, if you are dealing with people who are ingrates, nothing you do will be good enough. Let me read to you some of the things he did. Lagos has now submitted a draft decree for the implementation of the Aburi Agreement. It is now for Your Excellency to decide, taking all the implications into account, whether to concur with the publication of the decree or not. In order for this to be done objectively, I suggest the draft decree should be studied against the background of the Aburi decisions. Those decisions, what decisions? The Aburi decisions broadly involve the following. Please listen and be blessed. Number 1, the restoration of the powers of the regional governments which had been suppressed or depressed by decree number 1 following the army takeover in 1966. They are trying to revert Nigeria back to what it was before Ironsi. But guess what? It gets better than even what we had before Ironsi. So you see how demonic some people are. Number 2, I mean, they are demonic to reject this thing. Number 2, the vesting in the Supreme Military Council all the powers which used to belong to the federal government prior to January 16th of 66, with the proviso that any decision of the Supreme, I will explain, any decision of the Supreme Military Council which affected the whole country must receive the concurrence of the military governors. In other words, insofar as those matters were concerned, the military governors had the powers of veto. What does this Turenchi mean? It means that if Gowon were to make a decision that will affect the entire nation, he couldn't just decree. He couldn't just say, I'm the president, I'm the head of state, this is what I want to happen in Enugu, in Owerri, in Ibadan, in Kaduna. He couldn't do it. He had to meet with the governors in the Supreme Military Council, and they would then decide together, and they had veto. In other words, you are not really a dictator. You are just a military administrator. You're just higher. You are like primus inter pares. You are first among equals. You couldn't just decide stuff. You had to wait for the military governors in the regions, and those ones also had veto powers. This is what Gowon gave us. So stay with me. Anybody that insults Gowon, God will judge you. Let me continue, because that's the best insult I can give. Number 3, the vesting in the Supreme Military Council of all powers of appointment into certain categories of posts in the Federal Public Service. So they're talking about diplomatic and consular posts, senior posts in the armed forces, senior posts in the police. All these things, Gowon couldn't do it on his own. We have to do it together. The SMC must be the one doing it. And the SMC is not just Gowon and his cabinet. It's Gowon, it's Gowon and the governors. So if Gowon says, this is what we're going to do, I want, whose name is that? Somebody just came up. Let's say, okay, Said. I want Said to be the ambassador in Switzerland. The governor of the East could say, no, 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 no. And if he says no, and the governor of, let's say, Midwest also says no, they have to talk about it. So all these things will be done by the SMC. The organization of the army will be done by the SMC. The resettlement of displaced persons, if you want to appoint IG of police, it has to be done by the SMC. Senior posts in the armed forces, SMC. You couldn't just do anything as a military head of the government. I want to ask you a question. Is that really how military dictators move? How do you expect a human, how is he supposed to agree to this? But guess what? He did. Gowon did. Stay with me. The power to make the appointments A, C, and D implied that Federal Public Service Commission and the Police Service Commission were reduced to advisory capacities. Insofar these appointments were concerned. In other words, instead of the Federal Public Service Commission making all these decisions, it's now the SMC. So they're just there to advise the SMC. They couldn't just do stuff. So essentially what you're doing is that you're putting all the powers in the Supreme Military Council. So executive powers is inside them. Legislative powers is in the SMC. The only powers the SMC did not have was the judicial powers. Executive was in them, legislative was in them, judicial, of course, the judicial arm was still working. But even then, the head of state was not a dictator, according to this decree. This is actually better than what we had before Iransi. Well, we had regional heads, because we still have some things going on at the center. But this time you are able to even do more, and the federal government could not do stuff without you. It gets more interesting. Please stay with me. Let's continue. There's so many things I won't go through. The regulation of the army, resettlement of displaced persons. These are the things that they talked about in that decree. It says, for the purpose of this decree, for the purpose of the present decree, the following decisions of Aburi meeting are not relevant. So all those things about, resettlement of displaced persons, appointment to super scale posts, all those things, let's leave it for now. That's what the secretary is advising. So what am I really looking for in this book? I thought you wouldn't ask. Let me read it to you. It says, having said this, it is for us, who are the us? Easterners. It is for us to see whether those decisions which can be implemented by the present draft decree have in fact been implemented. My close study of the draft decree, what decree? Decree number 8. My close study of the draft decree with the eyes of a layman, as carefully compared, this is a layman. I'm going to read the one from a legal mind very soon. So, and by the way, the person who asked the question has dropped, but thank you for the question. It says, my close study of the draft decree with the eyes of a layman, as carefully compared with the Aburi decisions, show that they have in fact been implemented. I'll read that again. Who is speaking here? N.U. Akpan. Name of the book, The Struggle for Secession. Why should we listen to him? He was the secretary of the Eastern military government that became Biafra. He was the one working with Ojukwu. He was the one in the plane with Ojukwu when Ojukwu said, are you sure these guys get what they agreed to? So please listen to him and be blessed. He says here, my close study of the draft decree with the eyes of a layman, as carefully compared with the Aburi decisions, show that they have in fact been implemented. The position and powers which had been detracted from the regions by Decree Number 1 have been restored. Executive and legislative powers of the federal government have been vested in the Supreme Military Council with the proviso as stipulated at Aburi. Appointments to diplomatic and consular posts, senior posts in the police and super-scale posts in the Federal Civil Service have also been vested in the Supreme Military Council. Who is in this SMC? Gowon will be in the SMC. Asan Katsina will be in the SMC. Bolaji Johnson will be in the SMC. Kole Adebayo will be in the SMC. Ojukwu will be in the SMC. All the 4 governors, David Ejo will be in the SMC. All the 4 governors, you guys, be courteous. Don't try to coin Lenny. Which one is bring me up? Add, please. The West, the Midwest, the East, and Lagos. That means the North, the West, the Midwest, the East, and Lagos. All of them had stuff. All of them could say something. If you had more states, all of them part of the SMC. Let's continue. Then it says here, I have this. So he's saying all these things have already been provided for in this decree, and this is the implementation of Aburi. Then it says, I have this morning received a copy of the comments by the lawyers. In considering the comments of the lawyers, I submit that Your Excellency be guided by the following considerations. He has like 5. I'll read 4 considerations. I'll read just 1. They'll move to another book. And this is the consideration. It says, A, the fact, I'm going to read it very slowly. The fact that this draft decree presents a major victory for Your Excellency's stand and principles. I assess the success to be at least 95%. You know, many of us are parents. You have to be a stupid parent and a demon to beat your child and to be angry with your child for scoring 95%, to be beating the child. Why did you score 95%? How could you score 95%? You're a bad child. Oh, my way. You know, they have to put you in a psychiatric ward. They'll put you in the psychiatric ward if you have a problem with 95%. But guess what? This is actually lower compared to what the legal mind said. In fact, before I go to okay, I'm going to come back to this book to tell you what this man won, how he won Ojukwu. Let's go to the book by, this time, the head of Biafra military. Somebody is there saying that he's a civil servant. He's not thinking like Ojukwu. Yes, because Ojukwu has 2 heads. Hey, serious. 1 second though. I'll read to you what I'm going to read from a book called A Tragedy Without Heroes. This one was written by the head of Biafran military. His name is Hilary M. Njoku. He's going to say something about something that happened and how a lawyer was involved. Tó bá tún wá di bí àbí òkè ò ní kéku máa kì í ṣe pé fún ẹ Ọlọ́run àṣàánú ẹ but at the rate you are going ó máa lè jẹ́ ọ. Let's continue. As the battle of words continued to be exchanged between Enugu and Lagos, series of events took place, such as the freezing of federal assets in the east, the search for arms by both sides, the mobilization of the people of eastern Nigeria, the propaganda on Aburi we stand, the desire of the people of the east to unilaterally declare independence in the manner of Ian Smith of Rhodesia. One morning, this is where we're going. One morning, thank you very much, moderator. Thank you. God bless you. One morning, about 10th March 1967. Remember that date we mentioned earlier? Let me go back and read that thing because we need to. This is how we understand what's happening. It says here, let me read to you. It says, a meeting of the Supreme Military Council was fixed for Benin on March 10th. That's NU Akpan. That's the meeting Ojukwu people say he should not go because they're going to kill him. Umbo. All right. So they said they're going to have a meeting on March 10th. That date, something that happened on that date in Enugu. Let me read that into you. It says here, who is speaking here now? This is Hilary Njoku. It says, on morning about 10th March 1967, I got to the governor's office at the State House. There were smiles on every face. Mr. N.U. Akpan, that's the one we just read, the secretary to the military government, was the first person of note I met. He greeted me with the expression, shake my hand, we have made it, we have made it. I asked, what? Gowon has issued the right decree on Aburi, he replied. I later walked across to the office of the governor's private secretary. By the way, he's a lawyer. So please listen to what the lawyer has to say about decree number 8. I later walked across to the office of the governor's private secretary, Mr. Don Egbe. He confirmed the news. He added that as a legal man, he observed that the new decree, decree number 8, contained 98% of the Aburi decisions, and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. Oh, what did they do with Aburi? They reneged on Aburi. That's what they said about Aburi. From the west, no. From the north, no. From federal government, no. Midwest, no. From the east, the secretary to the Eastern Military Governor or government said 95% of Aburi was decree number 8. The private secretary to Ojukwu himself, who is a lawyer, said it was 98% of what they asked for. But if you're an ingrate, nothing will please you. But let's continue. Mr. Donegbe confirmed the news. He added that as a legal man, he observed that the new decree, decree number 8, contained 98% of the Aburi decisions, and that the remaining 2% was military jargon that could not fit into legal terms. We congratulated each other. As soon as the military governor entered his office, I followed him in a much more relaxed mode. Congratulations, Your Excellency. I understand that a new decree on Aburi is out and embodies all you have been asking for. Who told you? No. I won't accept it. It is too late. My face dropped and I was short of words. Indeed, Gowon had delayed in issuing the correct decree on the decisions of Aburi. It is also a fact that the advice of the committee of the federal government, of the federal parliament secretaries and executive council might have played a part both in the delay and the shortcomings of the decree. It would have been unbecoming of an officer and gentleman if Gowon had rejected the Aburi Accord completely. For Ojukwu, history will fault him for this strategic mistake, that is, rejecting the decree on Aburi, no matter how late and relatively incomplete. Perhaps he had bargained for more. Let me tell you the warning that N.U. Akpan gave him in his book. We'll go back to that and I'll come back to this one. It says here, the federal government has made this I said he had 4 considerations. I read the first one. I mentioned 95%. Well, this is the second one. The federal government has made this capitulation. They caught themselves to size for your sake. The federal government has made this capitulation mainly because the whole world, through their accredited representatives, have brought pressure to bear on them in support of Your Excellency's moral stand. The feelings and reactions of these countries through their diplomats should not be ignored if something happened to show that their efforts have been in vain. See, unless the departures in the draft decree have been very fundamental, it is advisable that we ignore them so as to avoid giving the impression that we do not want a settlement. D. Your Excellency's policy and public statements show that you are striving for a peaceful and just settlement of our difficulties through negotiation. The outright rejection of this draft decree will dash every hope of a peaceful settlement and avoidance of a violent conflict. Whatever they told you in your family house about Aburi is a lie. If you are from the East, I'm telling you right now, whatever they told you is a lie. And I can assure you, I have not met one Igbo person, leader, elder, young person, educated, illiterate. I have not met one who has not cried about Aburi. Even the most educated person. This is what happened behind closed doors. This is why I say these things should be known. Because you see somebody in 2025 shouting, on Aburi we stand. Aburi that was passed on 17th March 1967. By the way, when they had that meeting, Ojukwu did not go there. They passed that law. When Ojukwu was doing Stranga, they now Kuku went back to the status quo. Say you want unitary system of Iransi, let's go back to that thing. And that was why they created the new states on 27th May 1967. People of God, Gowon did not reject Aburi. It took a while because we were like, how would you agree to this kind of thing? But after the horse trading and all the lobbying, they eventually allowed those things. And the people who mentioned 95%, 98% are not federal government representatives. They are workers in the Eastern Region government. Is the Eastern Region secretary. It's like saying, who is Secretary of State right now in the US? And I saw his interview yesterday. It was a senator. Oh boy. You know his name. Anybody wants to help me? Gosh. Marco Rubio. Thank you. Marco Rubio. So he's saying that Rubio is telling you that based on all the things that we have to see, they are coming out now. Retarded clowns. I'm trying to help your destiny. What your father did not teach you, I'm doing for free. Instead of you to be happy, you are still insulting me. Marco Rubio is telling you what's happening in government. Donald Trump, private secretary, is telling you that what we negotiated, this is what we got out of it. And I'm a lawyer. You got 98%. And your Oga told you that on Aburi we stand in 2025. You are still crying on what was passed 55, what am I saying, 58 years ago. Do you not think there's something wrong with you? Especially if you're insulting me in the comment section. Don't you think there's something wrong at home? So when we mention Aburi Accord, let's make something very, very clear. There was nothing Nigeria was supposed to do to placate Ojukwu that Nigeria did not do. Ojukwu just happened to be somebody who, as far as he was concerned, every single thing he wanted, he must get. And if you didn't give it to him, it's because you hated him. And this man said to him, he says, the outright rejection of this draft decree will dash every hope of a peaceful settlement and avoidance of a violent conflict. And he still went ahead and said, I don't agree. Who walks away from 98% at a negotiation table? Who walks away? This is not the last time he walked away, by the way. If you read Goldstein's letter, Robert Goldstein was the representative, Biafra's representative in the United States. If you read his letter, he mentioned how they walked away in Kampala. Even when they had not finished the conversation, the discussions, negotiations, they walked away. It's like throwing tantrums. On top waiting, how can you be throwing tantrums on 90? Do you know if you negotiate and you get 60%, let's say 70%, you are a star. Like whoever paid you to go and negotiate, let's say it's a business meeting, you are a star. You got 70%. Not talk of 80, 90, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 98. So if you are Nigerian, let nobody come here to tell you, Biafra will stand. There's no Biafra. You are standing on nonsense. Biafra they created this tool. Your leader said no to it. They broke this tool. And this is the sad part, guys. This is the sad part. You messing up now made Gowon to uphold the unitary system that was created by Iransi. This is the crazy part. If you are just accepted, do you know when Nigeria would be, everybody would be doing their own. Like we'll have, yes, maybe military, maybe eventually it would have morphed into, they are going back to civilian government, but you will still have that confederacy kind of thing. let me read one more stuff just to establish something. I'll read from Anthony Naro. I hope I quickly find that page out. Let me even find the book first. I believe in you. What page is that? There are bad people in that comment section. Jesus is Lord. Number. All right. So I found the book. Thank God. All right, so let me read this. This is from Anthony Naro. He says here, while concession after concession was being made to him, that was Ojukwu. What was Ojukwu's attitude towards the federal military government? It was just bombing everywhere. But that's not even where I'm going. I'm coming. Mambo. I'm almost there. I think I saw it just now. There's something, it's just one thing that he did not get that made him just go crazy. Just one thing. Okay. Oh boy. By the way, the person who asked the question, where is the person? By the way, the answer I'm looking for, what I was about to say is secession, not succession, secession. The person who asked the question, are you still here? Your question has taken us into different books. I hope you got your answer, Shah. There's a way he described. I don't want to just say the word. I've already said it anyway. But the only thing he was looking for was secession. And no sane person will give him that. And let me even say the reason. Nigel, that's your leaders. I mean, that's what your leaders have spent their lifetime doing. I'm trying to help you. That's the crazy part. I'm helping you, man. I found what I'm looking for. The only thing they didn't grant him was secession. No, not for now. So the only thing they didn't grant him was secession. So what he wanted was, let me read some of the things he wanted. He wanted a Biafra that embraced all the former eastern region because of the agricultural wealth and empty lands of the southeastern states and the oil of the river state, and because of access to the sea. It is, however, to be noted. Okay, sorry, I'm not. Give me a ball. So he says, secessionist leaders also advanced the argument that the so-called Biafra can be sovereign. This one came much later. Let me go back just a little bit. When they gave him everything he wanted, there's a page that actually mentioned it better. I don't have the time to find it right now. What I'm about to read happened, but it happened after Nkotinfeka Mutiri. It's page 297. It says, it was against this background of the Igbo leaders refusing the right of self-determination to the minority peoples of the East, and their refusal to accept the Northern Region's declaration that it was prepared to be split up into smaller units, that the federal military government created new states by decree on 27th May 1967. The decree was received with acclaim by the vast majority of the 55 million Nigerians, with the exception of Ojukwu and his henchmen. The extreme patience of General Gowon and the never-ending hope that Ojukwu would return to the ways of peace was shown when, in appointing military governors of the states, General Gowon made Ojukwu governor of the East Central State. This was a mistake. This was the time they should have taken him out. Not killed him, but removed him from power. They now made him governor of the East Central State, thus giving him an opportunity to promote the welfare of his own people as an integral part of the federation. Legally, however, Ojukwu no longer had any authority over the areas which became the rivers and southeastern states. Southeastern state again, Ẹkáàbọ and Cross River State. 1 second. Essentially, because Nigeria did not allow him to go on his own, he decided to break up the country, and his children are now suffering for it. There's something I'm looking for. If I find it, I'll read it out, but I can't find it at this moment. But it's in this book. It's somewhere in this book. But I didn't highlight it. I should have. I should have. Anyway, the point is that in fact, let me just continue reading. While I'm reading, I'll find it, hopefully. But let's just read some things from this document, because it helps you understand what now made him declare that Biafra that he was declaring is the spirit of stealing that needs to be cast out. It's a spirit of Uli, Biwiri, Barao. In the former eastern region of Nigeria, the Igbos numbered about 7 million, and the Efiks, Ibibios, and Ekois, and Ijos about 5 million. He said they have the land, they have the bulk of crude oil. It can be seen, therefore, that one of the motives of some Igbo leaders in declaring secession was to ensure that the Igbos appropriated these enormous benefits from the so-called minority areas. This situation could not endure, and any attempt by the Igbo leaders to perpetuate it would have failed, but after much bloodshed. I promise you, if I find that page, I'm going to read to you. But the point is that the only thing they didn't give Ojukwu was secession. And because Nigeria did not allow him to break away, he got angry. And let me say, this is why I was reading this page. Even today, Biafra would never work. And the reason is not because I hate Igbos. It's because Igbos don't respect the choices of the other people in the former eastern region and present-day South-South. The idea that you expect to have them become subservient in the region where you are using their own resources to develop yourself is a ridiculous idea. The day the Igbos decide to have their own space, like their own indigenous space, and call it a nation, that's the world will take them seriously. But all of this thing about let them go, if anybody comes here, don't bring out let them go thing again, because apparently it's about stealing what belongs to other people, and those people also have a right. You didn't make them, they're God. You can't determine what they should have per time. I'm going to end that answer there, and I hope we got that out. The gentleman is not even here anymore, but I hope everybody. So to round up, we have to make it very clear that Aburi Accord was promulgated as Decree number 8 on March 17, 1967. The federal government did everything that they could do. They bent themselves over backwards, twisted themselves just to make sure that there was no war. Ojukwu wanted war, and he got it. And instead of his people to hold him responsible today, they blame everybody else but him. May God heal them and heal their land. Moving on. Someone wanted to come up earlier. Let me bring you up, and then we'll see if we have some conversations. That's Ibo Jinadu. Please come up, Ibo Jinadu. We're going to start something new tomorrow. We'll discuss how Victor Banjo was tried and something about the story. Ibo Junot, good afternoon. Are you there? Hello? Hello, are you there? I guess not. Your dad is Mumu. Yoruba hatred is still dealing with your dad, chameleon family. Exactly. Make sure you say that to your dad when you get home, Mike. I've made a decision. Going forward, I'm around insulin because you guys are not properly raised. Very dumb set. Why are you laughing, Suraj? I'm just reading what he wrote now. Only that he made a mistake. He should have addressed it to his dad. Does any other person want? Yeah, let me just put it this way. If you like to ask any question, you want to come up, please feel free to come up. I think we already dealt with that decree number 18, Sha. I remember talking about Mr. Okpabi Asika yesterday. And like I said, that's one person, he's mentioned in this book. Mr. Asika, the administrator for the liberated parts of East Central State, is building up an administration manned wholly by Igbos from the area. Both Mr. Asika and the Igbo public officials working with him and thousands of Igbo civilians are being protected by the federal army in the parts of East Central States. By the way, a man like Okpabi Asika, who I consider to be a very brilliant administrator, they look at him and call him Sabo. It's important that people actually heal so that they will just stop being self-destructive. Sorry, let me respond to somebody on YouTube. We are bringing you up, please mute. Lies, Ojukwu never wanted war. What do you expect a leader in his territory? What has struck loads of his people are brought down east in butchered parts? Nigel Ungwaba, you were lied to. Please mute. Are they coming? You were lied to. What's your name? Nigel. Let's answer Nigel, guys. Let's answer Nigel. You may not believe it, but hopefully it will help you. So let's go back just a little bit. So let me tell you what Nigel said, and I'll respond. He said, lies, that you are lying, but let's just read what he said. Lies, Ojukwu never wanted war. What do you expect a leader in his territory? What has struck loads of his people were brought down east in butchered parts. There's something that Chimamanda Adichie, what she said in a TED talk, she called it the danger of a single story. If there's Nigel, relax, don't worry. Typing it doesn't make it true. Let me try. Let's have a conversation, okay? The problem you have, sincerely, I feel sorry for you, is that you have one narrative is a danger of a single story. And it's the only thing you believe. And maybe you have not heard of the other side of it. I don't even think you're lying. I just think you're regurgitating half-truth. The crazy thing about Nigerian story is that if you have half-truth, it's better for you to be ignorant than to have half-truth in Nigerian story. That's the real issue. If you're ignorant, it's better, be tabula rasa. And then when you're opening up to something, open up to the truth. But you see, this half-truth is not going to help. So let me answer the question very briefly. I can't promise to be brief, Shao, but let me answer. Today is just question and answer. Tomorrow we're going into another series on how people were tried by Ojukwu. We have some fantastic books that will help us understand that period. But let's answer this question. January 15, 1966, the first coup happened. Many people were killed. The Premier of Nigeria, who was a Northerner, was killed. Sorry, the Prime Minister of Nigeria was a Northerner, was killed. The Premier of the North, who was a Northerner, was killed. The Premier of the West was Yoruba man, was killed. Officers, senior officers were killed. No senior officer that could threaten, any senior officer that could threaten Iransi, everyone was killed. Ademulegun was killed in Kaduna, Shodainde was killed in Kaduna, Malari was killed in Lagos, Lagema was killed in Lagos, Ker Mohammed was killed in Lagos. And there's one more person, Pam, was also killed in Lagos. 2 of them were Yoruba, 4 of them were Northerners. Those were senior guys. When that happened, of course, Ademolegun's wife was killed with 8 months pregnancy. Sardauna's wife, Hafsat, was killed. Loads of people died, killed. Okotiebo was killed from the Midwest. And all of this was done because certain people wanted power in Nigeria. Forget all that story about revolution. That's what some of them thought they were doing. Again, I'm not going to go into that. We already had sessions about it to understand exactly why the coup happened. It was an Igbo coup. It was for Igbo domination of politics. That's the fact of history. And if we want to discuss that, we'll talk about it later. If anybody controverts that, no problem about that. We'll talk about it. But let's continue. So that happened in January. In May, I mean, when that happened, people were just chilling. Nobody really did anything. There were no reprisals. Nobody retaliated. But it was just, it's called wait and see. Once he comes along, comes with his laws and decrees. Igbo people were doing what they were doing in the north, taunting the northerners, insulting them, saying all kinds of things. You find it in Beckon to Serve. I don't want to go inside to bring the book, but if I have to, at some point, I will, but it's not necessary at this point. You find it in Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. You find it in Tragedy of Victory, The Tragedy of Victory by Alabi Sama, what the Easterners did in the north. They released records, bled music in public space, Ẹkáàbọ, in the markets, in the model parks, in the secretariats, insulted the north. Chinemaganinku, only Zogu can, beat sense into you, said all kinds of things, made albums, almanacs, with the Sardauna on the floor, just being stupid, which is exactly what's happening today on social media. We own this space. We have taken over. We are the ones in charge now. I played one of the songs the other day. The opening of that song alone is enough to give you trauma. It can traumatize you. Ewo Nabakwa, the goats are crying. Essentially mimicking what they consider to be the sound of Sardauna when he was killed. Then there was another one by Celestine Oko. That one is called Machine Gun. Everything, they were taunting people all over the north. I've told you 2 sources where you can find it. There are more sources, but let's start with those 2. The Tragedy of Victory by Godwin Alabi Sama. You find it also you find it in Journey in Service, but you see it in better explained in Beckon to Serve. Sorry, Nigel. This thing you are doing, you're going to die very soon because it should give you blood pressure or be high blood pressure. IBB did not say that. I can assure you, your dad, your family members, none of you have ever read that book by IBB. A Journey in Service. I have read it. I have it. I can read it to you now. So Nigel, you just heard from some of the riffraffs in your community. You didn't read the book. So help yourself. Relax. Relax. Stay with me. This will help you. If it doesn't, buy the books. Just act like you're in school, okay? All right. So while all of this was going on, the Easterners did not do anything, but were just chilling and just watching to see how they were being taunted. Then came the laws. And then on May 24, 1966, Ironsi promulgated Decree 34. And in that decree, he abolished the regional system. Contrary to what some Igbo people will be shouting, it was Gowon created more states. It didn't abolish the regional system. The abolition of regional system was the work of, what was his name? Ironsi. All right? And then he also did the same thing to the public service. He unified the public service. He did a lot of terrible things on that day. He unified the public service, and the idea of unification of the public service was that instead of having Northern Civil Service and Western Civil Service and Eastern Civil Service, everything was now under the federal government. So it means that whatever they were stopped from doing in 1964 by Sardauna's Northernization policy would be reversed by Iran's policy. Therefore, you could have the entire place in the north filled with Igbo people working in the civil service. Nobody would talk. Why? Everything belongs to the federal government. Which was what the nationalization policy was supposed to. By the way, if you ever hear anything about the nationalization policy of Sardauna, it was good. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that policy. Why? He's not your Lord and Savior. He's the premier of his own region, not your region. He's not the prime minister of Nigeria. He was thinking about his people first, which is what everybody does, unless they want to be hypocrites. Anyway, with this policy, people got angry, and people start having issues, fighting in the north. And yes, there were killings, but that was not the main killing. That was just anger, and everybody was. He also heard about it. He called the meeting. The governors they met in Lagos. This was end of May into June, and then when you read Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by neighbor Graham Douglas, he said by the time. Sorry, let me just mute this clown. Sorry. If he's an Igbo, he also wouldn't have imprisoned the Zogo. He was in charge. He would have applauded them. Let me tell you something about these clowns. They are the most ignorant people and they are the loudest. I'm going to mute you. Zogo was not the one in charge of the coup. He was not even the main planner of the coup. But again, you're just shouting. So you're distracting me. I'm going to mute you. When I'm done, I promise you, I'm going to let you speak. But I beg, I can't. The ignorance is too much for me. There's only so much ignorance I can take per minute. I beg. So if it was there, Zogo would not have done. That's the reason Iran did not court-martial any of them. Did you know that they were collecting allowances and salaries while in prison? Why do you think the northern boys moved in July 29, 1966? That's the reason. You know what? I'm not going to go ahead of myself. Hopefully this helps you. If it doesn't help you, you can always leave and come back when you are feeling better. All right. That's our friend on YouTube. So, where was I? He said he was going to pull the East out of Nigeria. Now, somebody will say, that soon. To be fair, the idea of pulling the East out of Nigeria started in 1964. Actually, it was in 63 after the crisis. In 64, Ojukwu had the coup planned, but he was not able to accomplish it. In 65, Ifajuna, Oji, and Okafor had their own plan. Then they brought in Chukwuka and Anuforo, and then Anuforo brought in Ozogu brought in Ademoyiga. That was in 65. And then 66, they had the coup. June of 66, Ojukwu decided to have his own place. By July, the northern guys had the counter coup. It was retaliatory, essentially trying to pay the Igbos back. It was bloody. It was terrible. It started in Abeokuta, then Ibadan, then Ikeja, and then in the north. They unalive people in Kaduna, in Makurdi, in Kano. Mostly officers. Yes, some civilians would have been killed, but a lot of officers were killed. By the time they were done counting, there were more than 200 people. It was terrible. You would expect that would be the end of it. No. This was July 29, 1966. That was when Ironsi was killed. Now, again, it was terrible, but folks in the East heard about what happened. So, why did what happened in the North and all over Nigeria? Why did it happen? It happened because of what happened in January. What was Ojukwu agitation, for goodness sake? Ego. Ojukwu wanted to have his own. So, if you read the book, Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion, Ojukwu wanted to be the head of Nigeria. He felt he was more qualified than Ironsi because, of course, he went to school, the normal school. Ironsi was educated, but not as educated. He went through military school. He went to Oxford, studied history, was educated, wanted to be the Oga. When what happened in May happened, he knew there was no way that would happen again. Therefore, he said by June that he was going to pull out the East from Nigeria. Then Nebo Graham Douglas told him, you're going to have to talk to the people in the Eastern region because not all of them be Igbo. Anyway, it's just ego. While he was, oh boy, where was I? So the reason the Northerners had the coup, the counter coup, of course, from the name counter, was because there was a coup in January that led to the death of the leaders. And then there were rumors that the other guys that were not killed will be finished off. You will find this, by the way, in IBB's book, A Journey in Service. Well, part of it. You also see it. It's in different books. It's also in Antonio Nauro, August 12, 1968 speech. It's in different, you have to pull everything together. Anyway, while that was happening, they did that because of what happened in January. They did what they did in July, which was again terrible. Spilling into August. By August 1, Yakubu Gowon became the head of state. August 1 of 1966. We're still in 66 at this moment. The guys in the east heard about what happened in the north, all across Nigeria. As a matter of fact, there was supposed to be some killings in the east as well. The only reason that did not happen was because of a man called Ogunewe. He's Igbo, but he was respected by the guys. They love Hausa troops, northern troops in Enugu at the time, but they listened to him. At that time, Ojukwu had run away from Enugu. Again, Ojukwu has a history of running away. He ran away in Kano, he ran away in Enugu, he ran away from Enugu to Onitsha, then later from Enugu to Côte d'Ivoire. He ran away from Enugu, from the government house in Enugu. He went to the military, he went to the police headquarters in Enugu. From there, he ran away to Onitsha. It was while he was in Onitsha that I was carrying phone and talking to Baba Femi Ogunjekpe. Hello, the East is behind you. Tell Gowon that you are the Oga. He don't come out, don't run, don't jackpot, don't go hide. Anyway, while all of this was happening, sorry. All right. While all of this was happening, the guys in the east heard about, how people were killed, officers, again, over 200. And that's almost times 10, but about times 9, times 8, times 9 of those who were killed in the first coup. The guys in the east heard about it. They began to kill Hausa people. People don't tell you this in Nigeria's history because that's a part that if you mention it, then you're going to change the idea. That single story, you have changed it. You're now making it seem as though Igbos are not the only victims. Therefore, you are committing an anathema. But guess what? It's the truth. Hundreds of Hausas were killed in the east. About 630 were killed in Onitsha. About 30 in Enugu, Owerri, Abakaliki, Umuahia, Port Harcourt, Oboluafo. In fact, one crazy one was when on the Igbo soldiers stopped the train that was moving from Port Harcourt, stopped the train, and there were about 2,000 people in that train. All the adult male that were Northerners, not just Hausa, Northerners in that train, they took all of them, killed them, and threw their bodies into the Imo River. They sold some people into slavery. Some people escaped, eventually landed in the hospital at Makurdi. When that was happening, what was happening in the east somehow filtered through to Cotonou, Benin Republic. It was called Dahomey at the time. Radio Cotonou broadcast it. So they picked that thing and rebroadcast it on Radio Kaduna, translated it into English and Hausa. Folks in Kaduna heard that and now began to kill Igbo people because of what they heard happen in the east. And the east did that because of what happened across Nigeria. And those ones did that because of what happened in the north. You see how when you start Wahala, you never know. So north first, Igbo struck first, Northerners struck next. Igbo struck because Northerners struck. Northerners now had the massacre because of what the Igbos did. Because a lot of people from there also returned to the north with their own stories. Some of those things we have documents. You find it in Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. You find it in the Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. You find videos in the Oputa panel. A lot of people actually wrote about it. You find it also in the Oputa panel. I already mentioned it. There are many sources for these things, yeah. But if you read any book from the East, I can assure you I've read many. Not once will you see anybody mention anything happened to Hausas in the north. Northerners in the East. Yes, the other book that you should read, Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi, there as well. People were killed mercilessly. The North then began to revenge. By the time they were done, they had killed about 6,000. That was the official number, about 6,000. Of course, I mentioned earlier how that number changed over time, 4 times in the mouth of Ojukwu. 6,000 were killed. By the time the East published their pamphlet, they called the pamphlet Pogrom. They published that pamphlet last quarter of 1966. they said it was about 7,000. By January, Ojukwu said they were 10,000. By May of 67, Ojukwu said they were 30,000. By her Hera Declaration of 1969, Ojukwu said they were 50,000. It was just changing numbers every time. Now, that was how, when people say things about, oh, you know, the people that were killing people. Thank you, Prof. Zik also mentioned it. Origins of Nigerian Civil War. All right. So that was, one second. That was how, you know, this did this and this did that, his own back, this is his back, and everything up until the stuff. Now, the problem with the East is, and the guy that started this thing on TikTok is this, sorry, on YouTube, is that he says, Mumbo, let me find what he actually said. I even got us into this. He said, Ojukwu never wanted war. What do you expect a leader in his country? Which watch as truckloads of his people were brought down as in butchered parts. So they will rush straight from January 15, 1966 to they killed us and they brought dead bodies, as though dead bodies were not ferried to the north. Trains were filled with dead bodies also going to the north. By the way, I'm not saying that because they went to the north is okay for the east. It's not good for either. But here's the problem. Ojukwu calling the idea of Ojukwu declaring Biafra has nothing to do with the suffering of the people in the north. Maybe those numbers included the people the Biafrans in the south. Which numbers? They always say they didn't touch anybody in the south. You've not heard them. They tell you it was Nigeria killing people. Read Achebe's book. You will not find what they did in the south. Read Frederick Forsyth's book. He won't mention it. They are saints. See, this is the problem. Once you put yourself on a pedestal, because you know you're lying to yourself, that lie will kill you. It will eat you up. You will never acknowledge what you did wrong. You're asking for 10 trillion naira. Emma Berry. Another generation will arise. Hopefully it doesn't happen. I'm praying that this one heals, or somehow the next generation is better, because we can't continue like this in Nigeria with all these lies. But this is where I'm going with the question. I said all of that to say this. Ojukwu, like I said, back in 66, was already saying he was going to pull the East out to have his own nation. He already mentioned that. Again, you find that in Ojukwu's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. We have that book in the Radio Me Telegram channel. So if you're not a member, please join. It's pinned on YouTube. Some of the other books I've mentioned you can get on Radio Me Books. It's on Telegram as well. You find the way to order and how to get books there. But if you want Ojukwu's Rebellion, I don't think you're going to find the hard copy. It was published in 68. I've not seen a reprint. So you can, take advantage of that one on the Radio Me channel, Telegram channel. So where are we going with this? By the time Ojukwu latched on to the events that were happening at the time to ask, he was the one who asked the Easterners to return. Many Easterners were not going to go back, but there were, it was blaring everywhere, getting everybody to come back. People were calling their family members, people were returning home. And they did that for two reasons. Let me say this again. I'm not doing this because I don't have human compassion. I'm doing this because I know the truth of what really happened. And it's not about the people. They didn't know. The person that was using them. And this is the crazy part. He called them to come back home. And when they were hungry, he made sure they didn't eat. And you think he's a human being. I'm not saying it's not a human being, but I think there was something was up that I don't get. He said people should come home for two reasons. Number one, they were going to, if they left Nigeria, then Nigeria would be in disarray, because they were the ones in charge of majority of, the utilities in Nigeria, waterworks, electricity company, and so on and so forth. And like I said, they did not get into those offices because they were better than other Nigerians. They got there because of nepotism. They appointed themselves by themselves with themselves to fill the place, to the point where a janitor became the head of a recruiting committee in the Nigerian Railway Corporation. So it's not about competence, it's about nepotism. Anyway, they did that to free people, and also secondly, they did that so that they moved people out also from the east so that they could fill the holes up. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that Ojukwu did not declare Biafra because his people were suffering. Ojukwu declared Biafra because he has always had the dream, and that dream started before him. He started in 63, And the 63 thing happened because of the election crisis and census crisis. The Eastern region was against what the North wanted. They threatened to secede. That was in 1963. 64 was constitutional crisis when Ojukwu now decided to organize his own first coup. A lot of people did not know Ojukwu planned a coup, and there are many sources for that as well. You find it in the religious work, reminiscences, and you find it in Frederick Forsyth's book, although he didn't go straight to the point, but he mentioned it, and it was because of Azikiwe. And you also find it in Odia of Fairmont's The Forgotten Document of Nigerian Civil War. Anyway, I hope I answered that question. So all this thing about Ojukwu helping these people, the truth of the matter is that the people were better off without him. Ojukwu was sending guns to the north, to students, arms and ammunition. He was just a very destructive person. September was blowing up Lagos. September of 66, there was no war until July of 67. He did not declare Biafra until May 30, 19. Bombing Ore in 66. I'm not talking about the war that happened though. He first bombed Ore Bridge in 66 September. Bombing places. They had places rigged in Kaduna Stadium, waterworks, electricity corporation. With everywhere you went, it was dynamite. They were just having dynamite everywhere. Even in University of Ibadan, eventually they brought dynamite. They caught some people with it. This is the kind of person you are saying that is helping your people. If you think he helped your people, that's good for you. But you can say it in your family meeting. Don't say it in public for those who know a bit more. All right, so that all of us can, have a great time. What do you think about Omoyele Sowore becoming president of Nigeria? I think agitators don't make the best leader. Agitators have a place in society. They see what's wrong and they call it out, and they ensure that the government sees it so that they're able to fix it and make things better. But in my own understanding, to the best of my knowledge, they don't make great leaders. And it's not because they are not good leaders. Listen, it's like a footballer and a football critic. You know that the people on the bleachers, they know how to play the game better than the guys on the pitch. The guys in the bleachers, they understand the game better than the boys on the pitch. They are Enudu Rufo. But they are important because the things they say help, because the people on the pitch have the blind sides. There's only so much you know. So when you take the feedback from the guys in the bleachers, you're able to do better. But that does not mean that if you give you a ball, you can play it. Your place is important in society. Say what you want to say, critique the government, be opposition. The government listens to you, they fix up. But that doesn't mean that if we give you ball, you will know what to do. So I think people need to know exactly what they are called to do. For instance, there's certain his personality, activists will probably work better as maybe like in legislature. That temperament, that idealism, they find it very hard to compromise. It's when they get into something like that they learn how to compromise, because activists just believe that this is the way, it must go like that. I'm like, that's not how life works. So I'm not talking about him personally. There are many that came before him. Fela started his own party, Movement of the People. We know what happened to it. Ganifa started National Conscience Party. We know what happened to that. It's not because they're not good people. They're just not caught out for that kind of thing. That thing, especially in a very complex society, maybe you will do better as a lawmaker, right? You can be there and, YouTube, God, thank you for YouTube. Somebody just insulted me right now. I see it, but everybody cannot see it. You're just pouring water in the basket. God bless you also. Keep pouring. Where was I? So, I think I would not, okay, I don't want to talk about a particular person. It's not about him. It's just about, even about himself. Let me not tell you one of the things that he did that just make me feel like, nah, I'll just leave that. Let me not talk about it. But the point is, I think activists have their place, but not in power. Because when they get there, let me also say something. Anybody, one of my faves said this years ago. And when I look at him right now, I just shake my head. Anybody who tells you governance is not rocket science, run away from them. Run away. If you see anybody tell you that, what's this? This is not just politics. It's not rocket science now. Anybody that talks like that, run away from them. They can't play politics. They cannot lead. Because if you have led before, even running secondary school class as class captain, it can be rocket science. Let alone a complex place like Nigeria, it is rocket science. You know why? That hubris that made you say that already tells me you are not ready for the job. The job requires a level of, a measure of confidence, but also a measure of humility. Once you thank you for that word. Once you oversimplify, say this is not Nigeria, it's just complex, just do this, remove state of origin. When I hear nonsense like that, remove state of origin, all of us are together. Once you do that, everybody just be fine, give us electricity. Once you give us electricity, everybody is fine. Where will you get the money from? Oh, we're an oil-rich nation. We have oil. We have money. How much? Anybody that oversimplifies governance. In your opinion, I'm wrong. No, it's fine. No, it's okay. It's fine. In your opinion, if I'm wrong, that's fine. It's fine. But I think there is a lesson to learn. If a person does something over and over again, in our own lives, I don't know if you've done it before, you have to sit down at some point and say, okay, I've made certain decisions. This kind of result I got. Do I want this kind of result? No. I have to change course. And then you have to ask yourself a question. If I'm getting the same result, why? And in many cases, it's not the fault of the people. It's not because the people are dumb, they don't know what they want, they are terrible people, Nigerians are not thinking. It could be that. But it could be more than that, But I don't think that's what Nigeria needs, to be honest. I think, it should be good to have an idealist, but to be somebody. Let me tell you what Nigeria needs right now, Tinubu. Who Nigeria needs right now? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you see what he's doing. I hope he has his 2 times. But what he's doing, I hope he's able to, thank God the things he's doing, the structural things he's putting in place are being legislated upon by the National Assembly, so that it will be very difficult to reverse those things. But the person we need as president now is Bola Ahmed Tinubu. None of these people come close. I'm not saying he's the best man in Nigeria, but when I look at the array of people, I'm not saying he's the best person, he's the only person. In other words, I can't even compare him with anybody else. And I'm not even APC. He's the only politician that can do what we are having right now. Tomorrow it might change, but let me tell you why. Politicians in Nigeria tend to pander. They want to be liked. Leaders should not want to be liked. If you want to be liked, do comedy. Leadership is not for can't come and rojo around on Twitter, criticize everybody. That's not leadership. Leadership is not being led by, Peter Obi, for instance, is a populist kind of person. He's not the one leading the movement. The movement is leading him. For instance, if he was the true leader, that nonsense that they put on Twitter yesterday, it should be down now. Obedient movement, they are trying to raise money to celebrate somebody's birthday. You put it on Twitter for the whole world, it should be down now. But what do I know? You have a group of people who have never led anything in their lives, that the ones leading him. Is a case of the tail wagging the dog. And that's the problem of populist movement. The only people that can walk populist movement are very, very strong people who have backbones. You can say, this is what I'm going to do. They will say, no, sir. You say, yes, guys, you will see it very soon. You will do it, they will hate you. Eventually, they will love you, they will celebrate you. That's what Tinubu is doing. I understood subsidy removal. It was necessary. I understood it. But I didn't like it when he did it. Especially because it is at the same time with floating of the naira. It was terrible. But guess what? It's paying off. It's paying off. So somebody said you rather prefer a criminal. One of the mistakes you guys have, David, is this. You are looking for messiahs. That's why they keep tossing you up and down. You're looking for saints in power. This is not a church. This is not a church. Let me tell you something in your Bible. Isaiah 45. There's a man called Cyrus. He's not godly. He's not, and it doesn't believe in Jehovah. He's on his own. There's a portion of scripture, in fact, not just that one, or you find him again. Was it in Ezra or Nehemiah? They spoke about him again. But you see it in Isaiah 45 was about Cyrus. Your God doesn't look for saints to rule nations. Looks for willing tools. Those he can use. Those that can do the work. All this, I'm saying we have a Messiah here. You're just deceiving yourselves. You're deceiving yourselves. Nigeria does not need messiahs. We don't even need a messiah. What we need structures. We need a person that will bear that burden and say, I'm going to give you the kind of structure that will allow you work. Let me tell you something. We need to get to a point where, even if you bring, let me give you an example. If you take a dunce, we'll never have a dunce in Lagos in Jesus' name, but if you take a dunce to rule Lagos, most likely they will succeed. There's a huge probability, if that dunce is in APC, there's a huge probability that he will succeed in Lagos. Because he's smart. No. Because there's a structure. He's just going to plug in. There is a vision for the next many years. It's not about whether he's a good man or a bad man. You guys are constantly looking for a messiah. When they better think, it would be good to have great people. I would love to have righteous leaders. Sorry, not even the word righteous self, because now it's going to sound religious. Because people think that it means that somebody that's godly. You'll be shocked. The structure in Lagos was not created by saints. But that structure would withstand a dummy. But may we never have a dummy in Lagos. But the structure in Lagos right now, you just plug and play. What's the structure in Nigeria? What's the vision of Nigeria? Where's the template? What are we working with? So if you are still looking for a messiah, you're not getting the point. The problem with Nigeria is a culture of corruption. That is why the country is not moving forward. That's not the problem. Your problem, I've said it several times, Nigeria's number one problem is structure. You are too fixated on the effects. How about the cause, or the causes? A lot of us speak English. You probably have done analytical tools. You use analytical tools in business analysis. You must have heard of the 5 whys. You keep going deep to get exactly why. Why is this? Oh, my car stopped. Why did it stop? Oh, something failed. Why did it fail? You keep going until you find the real issue. Corruption is not Nigeria's problem. Your structure is your problem. Now that you have development commissions, it changes some things. You're tweaking stuff. Your problem is fundamentally structural. Is corruption a problem? Of course it is a problem. It is not the problem. It is a problem. But it's not the problem. The real issue is your structure is terrible. Nigeria is... Maybe we should go back when we are done with, maybe after Victor Banjo, we'll do some AWO. We'll go and revisit some AWO. Our issue is structural. If we create a structure, America, for instance, let me not even mention America. Lagos is good. Lagos is good. Whoever becomes governor, plug and play. And that's why when you come and say, oh, hey, this person, if you come and you deviate slightly, which was what happened to Ambode, if you deviate from the plan, you're out. Because it's not about you. Why is Singapore the way it is? There is a plan. You cannot come to Singapore now and say, I have a dream. We'll say what? It will be your nightmare. No, we don't want your dream.
A lot of us just say we want government, want governance. We don't even understand.
And I think people don't even, a lot of us just say we want government, want governance. We don't even understand these things. We're all shouting, hey, I have a plan, I want to change something. I'm going to stop very soon so that Perism can speak. Why did the Western region and Bendel, why did they work in 1979, 79 to 83? Why did they work? Did you notice that the same programs that you saw in Lagos, you saw in Oyo, you saw it in Ogun, you saw it in Ondo, and you saw it in Bendel? Why? UPN, it's Papa's vision. The AWO had a blueprint. They plugged into Papa's vision, and that was it. We didn't ask, oh, we want Olabisi Onabanjo because he's a Messiah, or we want Adekunle Ajasin, or we want Ambrose Ali, or we want Bola Ige, those five, because they were messiahs. No. They were good men, but they had something to work with. And that's why the programs that they all ran, uniform. That's what happens with vision. All this of there's somebody that's come and change something. Nigerian politicians don't have any ideology. If you have one that just have an idea of how they can just create something, Lagos Calabar Road, do you know how long they've been trying to build that thing? It's about 40 years. They've been planning that thing. Somebody came. The only thing you are seeing is that, oh, come on, they're building it. They are doing 30 kilometers. Okay. Sokoto, Lagos Road. How long have they been planning that one? Development commissions, how long have they been planning that one? Floating the Naira. Who in his right mind will go and float Naira if he wants people to like him? Subsidy removal. You must hate the idea of people liking you to remove subsidy in Nigeria. It's not the same Nigeria that we're talking now that we're saying, even with the Naira Guinea Gong self, Nigeria's PMS is still cheaper than just about every country in West Africa. It's not up to $1. And this is the first 2 years. You have a structural issue, and you need people who don't care about love. Nigerians like, any populist person that I see that likes to pander, I know they can't make good leaders. Maybe because of my background, because of my work. Before I came on Twitter and TikTok, I made TikTok my work. My other life, if you want to lead, you must not care if you are loved at the moment. Listen to Lee Kuan Yew. After Awo, that's my next best politician. If you can, there's a book, let me recommend this book, From Third World to First, The Story of Singapore. I mean, he has many books, but if you start with that one, it will make you want to read more about him and then listen to him, watch his interviews. That's a person who will pass a law against spitting. Otuto owo gobe. Oje chewing gum. Oti daron. Oje chewing gum walon saucy be in Singapore. You are in trouble. Why? Those were cultural things. It was great. They were changing the culture of their people. This corruption you're talking about, what did Singapore do to ensure that there was no corruption? He said that the politicians will be well paid. Singaporean politicians are some of the best paid or most well paid in the world. I think there's structure everywhere. We don't have structures. Well, no, let me not say it that way. We are having structures. Structures are developing. And it may take a while, but we're not even used to it. Because of how we have been socialized, the only person who could have done what Tinubu is doing is the military. But I'm so glad we don't have the military doing it. Because those ones, go Nogbo come. We don't know what we have, and I pray we don't lose this man. I hope he does the work, and I hope he actually creates a structure that, I mean, he left Lagos, it was 8 years, right? His vision is still speaking. He built on what Jakonde did, but whatever they are doing right now, they're building on what he did. That's what we need in Nigeria. If we do that, if the next person now comes and plugs into that, I don't know, in the next 40 years, it's going to be a crazy country. It's going to be a much better country. But if it's like, let's leave the visionary and go and look for another activist who is angry with the system, let me tell you something. Nigeria cannot change based on revolution. What he needs is restructuring, not revolution. All this revolution. And this is the crazy part with revolutionary-minded people. And I'm not saying they are bad, they are needed, but they're not needed in power. Because, you see, many of them, for the most part, they don't have any plan for what happens after the revolution. What system are you going to create after the revolution? That's my only question. You know why? The people you are going to remove here now with your revolution, they have children. Oh. How will the children not get into power? When I say children, I'm not just talking about biological children. I'm saying ideological children. The younger people in Nigeria are almost as corrupt, if not more corrupt than the older ones. Everybody's shouting revolution now because they've not had their hand in the pie. Give them a piece. Give them a piece of the pie. Some of us say that shouting Nigeria must be better. If they give you somebody just somehow just open your eyes to 50 million naira. 50 million naira. I'm not saying 100 though. I'm not saying 500 billion. No. There are people under the sound of my voice right now. If you hear 50 million naira, your problems are over. Go to the rally, your problems are over. You will do crazy things. You are the one looking for Messiah. Okay. You be the Messiah. It is well. We'll be well. But we need a structure that works. We need resource control. We have outgrown the system that we're practicing. We need the governance structure different from what we have. We need true federalism, whatever that means. I don't want to go into it right now because it's another topic. True federalism, resource control, decentralization of power, devolution of powers. We need to change some things. I only need $1 billion. The fact that you have a price is a problem. See why? The fact that you have a price is a problem. You shouldn't have a price. Don't have a price so that nobody will be able to buy you. It's difficult too. I'm not saying that all of us, it's difficult. But it's easier said than done. And the real question is this. If you now, let's say you somehow kick all these thieves, corrupt officials. You know why? In 1966, this was the exact same thing they were saying. They said everybody read Nzogo's speech on Radio Kaduna. We are removing the corrupt, the nepotists. Those who make Nigeria big for nothing and collect 10%. These were his words. You know the crazy part? That was revolutionary, himself, Ademoiga, they were not even the ones organizing the coup. They thought they were the ones, the real people. That's why when young people are shouting, we must change, they are using you. One day, by the time Ironsi got there, I'm sure they go like, okay, you did the hard work. The real guys were someone just chilling like, okay, you do this. Then later I said they didn't know anything. After you have removed the so-called corrupt guys, what happened to the powers? He mentioned nepotism. If nepotism was a problem, how come Ironsi's cabinet his advisors were 100% Igbo? Cabinet was 40% Igbo. Oh, okay. Please send me a message, Kelly. Send me a message here. You know the crazy part? Let me just say that we can round up and move to Perism. If a Yoruba, be thankful to God. Be thankful to God. Ọlọ́run ṣe wá ní kí ló máa ń pa àwọn ọmọ aláìní ìyá tó ní bàbá náà ọmọ òrukàn. Ọlọ́run ṣe wá lọ́mọ òrukàn. A ní bàbá, a ní ìyá. Tó bá jẹ́ Yorùbá tó bá fara balẹ̀, tó bá ka àbẹ̀tàbá àì máa sọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn náà, ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀. Ṣé rí àwọn èèyàn burúkú? Wàá ṣe oúnjẹ tí wọ́n wàá sè mọ́ oúnjẹ ni. wàá dá ọkà wọn, wàá dá omi wọn mọ́kà ni. O ò lè ti èèyàn burúkú lọ bẹ́ẹ̀, wàá dá omi tiwọn, wàá dá mọ́kà. You don't wish them away. Tọ́rọ ọmọ burúkú lọ́jọ́ tiẹ̀. I don't want to go beyond that, but whilst we are all dreaming of a greater Nigeria, let's be real. Nigeria will get better, but let me tell you something. Let me give you an example. When people say they want to protest, do you know what they should be protesting right now? Let me give you an example. I saw the message about they're having youth conference very soon. I clicked on the link. Apparently, I'm over the age. They said it's 18 to 35. I'm way over that age. But if young people go to that place and have conversations about structure, if they want to protest in Nigeria and they're protesting structure, and they're asking, why do we have a bicameral legislature? But the question is that our young people don't even understand basic things. The only thing they know is that we should carry placard and be shouting, we no go agree, you. And you think that's the height of political engagement. The average citizen doesn't understand bicameral legislature, unicameral legislature. You know, we don't really know why do we have to have the kind of structure we have in Nigeria. What happens with regionalization? What kind of system works best? What kind of states do we need in Nigeria? Resource control. Imagine young people actually get on the street demanding for the senators to actually amend the constitution based on certain things they want. Not all this thing of we have like 100 billion. We have like the one they did the other time. They had 10 demands. Then after they got those ones, they added to it. Not that one. Clear vision. But that comes from, I was said something in the 50s. He was very, very intentional about educating his people, because the kind of government that he wanted to run, you must, it's not like you may, you must have an educated citizenry. Without it, you're joking. If we're educated about some of these things, you can engage the system better. Whether you get, like I always say, these things I say, some of us in this room, or people listening to me, some of you will be in the room where decisions are being made. Some of you will sit at the table to be part of the decision making. Whichever way, whichever thing you're doing, however you or wherever you find yourself, these are the kind of conversations that we should be having. If you sit down with somebody in parliament and you're having conversations about things like this, they know you know what you're talking about. Not, why are they spending 500,000 naira in the Senate? I'm not saying those are not bad. I mean, those are good things. It's good. But what makes you different? But you know, for you to say these things, you also must have answers to because they ask you a question. They will ask you a question. When they ask you, God help you, better know what to say. But we will do well. Nigeria will grow. Yoruba land will become better. But it's not about looking for Messiah. Let's support President Tinubu, and it is well. If you don't like what I said, it's just the reality, to be honest. Every other thing is just coalition. Ada abada abe won pera won. Sha da ni abada. I've never spoken about this thing. I just laugh. See the kind of game President Tinubu played. See the kind of game. I want to ask you a question. If they have this coalition, you think it's not going to break? Who is going to be the presidential candidate? Who? One of the people in that coalition is one leg in another party, and then he's one leg in this one, and then he doesn't know where, in case to Bashele. So, President Tinubu would have coalition and decide not to run. Please just tell me, how many people do you find in this thing that don't want to run? They will do coalition. On his own, the party he built, ACN. I'm not even talking about APC. AC gone safe. You know AC had the presidential candidate, Abi? Was it Fola Adiola? AC had the presidential candidate. ACN had a presidential candidate. Atiku Abubakar. APC, which is ACN plus CPC, they had their own presidential candidate. who of course was already running like 3 times before then, and then he won in 2015. That's Buhari. All this while, Tinubu was chilling. My question is, who exactly among these people shouting coalition, who will step down for whom? That's, if you can tell me in sincerity, then maybe we'll start, Again, look at oh God, these guys are smart though. Tinubu people are smart. Look at what Lai Mohammed did when Jonathan was in power. See how those people would tackle him, point for point. Who is doing that now? Our politicians are not trained to be opposition. If you lose, it's gone. The ones that are just shouting on Twitter, any small thing says people are not wearing black clothes because everybody is about Tikuyo. That's what you are seeing. There is nothing say he was wearing like that. No substance. Everything just fluffy. We need opposition party in Nigeria. Someone that can say, see how they tackled Jonathan. I'm not talking about when he got dirty. I'm saying while he was president, anything they'll ask, this thing, is this thing, and they are speaking, is the closest thing to it now, although that one is also reducing right now, the closest thing to it is what you have with Doherty, Funsho Doherty, with the governor of Lagos State. Point by point. Hopefully, we're going to, but to the place who we have right now, let's support him. Somebody says I'm wasting my time because you already have the Democratic Republic of Yoruba, dry 2025. I will not be dry in Jesus' name. I'm like a tree by the streams. I'm bearing fruits. My leaves are green, oh Lord. I live by your word. I'm planted by the rivers of water. I'm not dry. This happened in 2023. November, we're going to have Yoruba Nation. I was like, you guys. Do I want Yoruba Nation? Of course, it will be nice. Do I think it's going to happen now? Absolutely not. Will I like it to happen? Absolutely yes. They are telling you to engage the politics. You are saying you are going to get dry 2025. Okay. The politics don't get involved in. People will now win in Lagos. Igbos will now take over that thing. You will now be angry. The Igbos have taken over Lagos, so you were not involved in the politics of Lagos now. Shebi, you said you are waiting for dry. John Trodler Emarora pẹ̀lú àwọn movement yìí yìí o. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe election báyìí sí yìí. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé àfẹ́ káwọn èèyàn kan ṣe kíní kan. Ẹ̀ ń sọ pé gbàtà tó ní Yorùbá Nation. Tí nígbà nǹkan tẹ́ ń dúró dé yẹn kó tó dé. Táwọn ilé ti gba ọgbó lẹ́yìn tó ti di councillor tó ti di chairman. Kí ló máa wá ṣẹlẹ̀? Whatever your dream is, let me just say this, and this will be the last thing. I'm not wasting my time, by the way. Whatever your dream is, whether you want to have a nation, you want to have a, region, whatever it is, please don't run away from politics. Like, be engaged in politics, please. The reason is that what you are fighting for, you might get it in 1 year, you might get it in 2, it might take 10 or 20. If it takes 1 year, Oluwaseun. If it takes 20 years, Oluwaseun. But if it takes 20 years and you're not involved in politics, what would happen to that land that you're trying to become? You're going to complicate the problem. What you now have is, you will now be fighting. Igbo Tigbale, Fulani Tigba Kinikan. You were not involved. Let's not pull out because of a dream. Even if your dream is valid, and I tell people, depending on how you are trying to achieve it. But while you are doing that, please be involved in politics. Don't say, until we have our own nation. Whatever you think you are going to be fixing with the nation you are trying to create now, you'll be having more problems by then because so your dreams are valid, work towards your dream, but please don't just tell people that forget the Nigeria ways. I need that to buy one thing. Come on. Okay. Tini Amato Nicha Mato Maje Ente Ferron. But Olon Jakin Koban Shele. Eshe. Perism. Today is we're just chilling, we're just discussing. Tomorrow we're going to go, but I hope you're having a great time. Perism.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sincerely, I've been so grateful for all your information. At least I want to create one so fun at with major storytelling to so fun, at least we'll be able to get one or two things. Then I remember my dad then, time we put up and at least a minute that mo ma joko ba won wo lenti. So gbogbo àwọn kan tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ gbà yẹn, I remember my dad say something then that gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó pa ńkọ́. That was the very first time tí ojú daddy mi pa when he was explaining that thing pé wọ́n pa obìnrin tó lóyún sínú. There kò tẹ̀ tí yé mi dáadáa until when and I grew up me ṣe wá kà pé odidi ọmọ 8 months, just 1 month to go. And kí lè fẹ́ káwọn family yẹn sọ. So pé tán bá fi lè tí federal government bá fi lè dábàá pé yes wọ́n fẹ́ san owó yẹn, definitely àwọn yòókù náà máa pé yẹn gan tó máa da Nigeria rú sort of. So yes, this your last submission. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ, nǹkan tẹ́mi náà believe nìyẹn. Mo máa ń sọ nǹkan tí bá ti ń discuss the politics láàrin àwọn kákọ́sí wa. Yoruba is not going anywhere. It is inside this country.
It's not going anywhere. Maybe it's not going anywhere right now. But anyway,
we are not opting out of the country. That's what I'm saying. We will be in this country and we will get what rightfully belongs to us. That's what we should be fighting for. No, I tell you, we are Yoruba nation. You see, inside this Nigeria, we are going to get what belongs to us. Ṣé àná ni mo wà lórí Twitter lánàá tí mo gbọ́ àròbá wọn, the man was saying it. And ọ̀rọ̀ tí Sultan sọ dẹ̀ tán ló sọ dẹ̀ ń bí mi nínú nípa ọ̀rọ̀ MKO pé you have the economic power, ẹ tún fẹ́ gba political power. And besides, àwọn baba ńlá wọn ti gbé Nàìjíríà lé wọn lọ́wọ́ pé wọ́n lè gbé ìjọba fún Yorùbá. That was what he was saying one Yorùbá man when he followed him to Mecca then. Ṣé kí ni gbogbo eléyìí? Bulk of the resources from the country is coming from south. So I have this belief that no, as a Yoruba man, I can say this is what I want in Nigeria country and it must stand. So position of Yoruba nation, Yoruba must know inside the country we must stay, fight for our rights and rightfully ask for what belongs to us. So I want to show you about they should just dispel it. It's not going to happen. But in our space, in our territory, we should demand for what we want and it should be given to us. So like I say, I give you kudos for all what you are doing. Sincerely, knowledge about everything that happened, especially concerning the war, and especially this 20%, 20% of money. Tell her no be a man to sorrow when yet only. Àwọn máa sọ pé policy yẹn bad abára ṣe máa fihàn ní 20% out of the millions they have. Now have a reason to say, oh, wow, we can justify the 20% given to them. So, although when the school, I'm a product of University of Nigeria, and in fact, ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu tí gbogbo àwọn issue Tinubu, they just hated the man purposely because he has sway to Lagos politics. If you check the record, this man has even helped them more than enough. He gave them a lot of appointments, yet they are the one going against him, calling him all sorts of names now. So, and I thank God that yes, people are coming out now to debunk them, to tell them to their face, this is how things is. Two spaces in one host. They are trying to demonize MKO and trying to whitewash Abiola. The MKO sponsor all the coup in this country. Then why should we now want MKO to be the face of democracy? Most of them don't know anything. So I like the way the information is spreading out. The consciousness is going out along the Yoruba land now that this is all about Yoruba people and about our culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm telling you, I will be able to say something to progress your program. Thank you.
Thank you. Esho.
Yes,
That reminds me, I'm going to put up the details now. Thank you for even saying what you said now. Thank you, Obalufo. Eshe. I'm going to bring some people up, but we're going to time ourselves, so that.
You can take me down, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. One second. 6185410 Yeah. All right. So I'm going to bring some people up. FFT, are you there? So mute. Okay, just in case you're once you're up, I'm bringing everybody up now. So please, once you're up, kindly mute. And we're going to time ourselves so we don't spend too much time because, again, it's already late.
No.
Please mute.
Check with your leggings.
If you sent request, please mute. Sahid, please mute, sir. One, two, three, four. Okay. All right. So someone say, why are you jealous of Igbos? Me. Next speaker. Okay, let's start from user. So take it up. User, please go on.
Yeah, okay. Prof. Busi, Shigoni,
Yes, sir.
Ubo, Kotenshi, Laura, Elidumara, Amafagbara Kwabari. So, I have quite a few things I would love to say, but I'll start. I'll see if I could say everything within the time I am given. So, first of all, like, we have to take it down to the level of our children. They must grow up, and if we're still here in this union, and not be fooled like many of us were fooled because we didn't know the steps. I mean, I got to learn about some things on my own. I'm learning so much from people like you, and that shouldn't be. Because it's, even in the wild, animals, they raise the children to be aware of danger. And I believe that that's how we could preserve, future generations, make sure that, look, they know the realities of Nigeria, the people that we're in Nigeria with, how they behaved and all that. Good. Now, the other thing, this goes to parison. Prof. I'm about to discourage y'all about things of no, they're not going anywhere. No, I'm not thinking that it will happen tomorrow, or like you said, in 1 year. It would be a lot of work if Yoruba people would ever, get a sovereign, country that's all theirs. It would be a lot of work. I don't think it's going to ever happen. But like you've expressed the desire for it, also desiring, okay, it can happen, and that's what I would love the most. And my reason for saying that is this. I am not somebody who's willing to say that, okay, when we look around Nigeria, and I believe that, I'm going to say this, you understand, I believe that Nigeria has two very problematic ethnicities, Fulanis and Igbos.
They gave us one in each region.
Sorry, what did you say, Prof? Sorry.
I said they gave us one in each region.
Oh, okay.
The North has one, the South has one.
Yeah. I get, yeah. So, the two of them, I don't see either of them changing at any point in time. I don't see either of them changing. That's who they are. I mean, the value system, the worldview, that's who they are. And I don't believe that Yoruba people should continue to live in the same country with people like that. And probably, because even if you're going to have the right kind of structure to work with, I believe that the regional system in the First Republic would have worked. But he had one weak point, which was exploited by the Igbos. And that was the fact
Sorry, I'm going to start timing us now. So please take 2 minutes. No, it's okay. I didn't do it when I was supposed to. So let's do it in 2 minutes. And then we'll time others. But please continue.
Yes.
I'm just going to time you 2 minutes now. Please go on.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, so my reason for saying that, I believe that ultimately the best thing for Yoruba people would be to have their own sovereign country, is that I don't see either of the, from my own view, the two problematic ethnicities, I don't see that changing. And I'm saying that, okay, like, for example, I believe that whatever Tinubu, is able to do before he leaves office, all it takes to undo is just a single term of another Buhari. That I think, another Buhari would undo everything. Could undo everything, could just, because of our structure right now. Now, why I don't think that for the long term that we should plan to continue to be in this union is that, look, the regional system in the First Republic could have worked. It was working, but it had one problem. The fact that our military was centralized. So once it was hijacked, that was the end of it. Now, if we have a decentralized military system, say I think that's what they have in Switzerland, and I think somehow that's what they also have in the US, because every state also has its own, paramilitary or fully trained military reserve. Every state in the US.
Are they under the command of the state governor?
Yes, they're called the State Defense Forces. Fully.
But is that is it military, like army?
It is. The only thing is they can be called on. Yes, check it. So this one, they used to have they called them, I'm trying to remember. They had one before that. The guard troops or something like that. I don't remember. Then that one was brought under the joint control of the president and the state governors. All right. So they had to create another one so that every state would have its own full military reserve. They're called the State Defense Forces. Now, if we do something like that in Nigeria, where let's say, maybe each major ethnic group, so we'll be talking about Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Fulani, Urhobo, probably even if every ethnic group has its own military reserve, I don't think Nigeria will last a decade. I doubt it. The Nigeria would exist for more than 5 years, at most. If every region is allowed to have its own military reserve. Because we're just going to find out very quickly that we're not compatible.
All right, we have to move on now. But let me just...
Yes, okay, sorry, Prof.
Thank you, sir. So just to say something to what you said, state reserve forces, military units organized and commanded by the state governor, but they are not armed. They are not, they are generally unarmed in peacetime. They do not carry firearms or use live ammunition during regular duties. This is because they are not combat units. They focus on support, logistics, emergency response, medical aid, and so on. Their mission is civil support, not war fighting. Federal law prohibits them from receiving federal weapons or military equipment unless authorized. Some states allow their state defense forces members to train with or carry firearms under specific conditions, but this is rare and tightly regulated. Others explicitly prohibit arming SDFs at all. If armed, if armed, it's usually during a declared emergency and under strict state control, not for combat roles. Their focus is on civil support, not combat. So you have, they act more like disaster relief responders, search and rescue teams, medical, legal, communications or engineering support, logistical support, or the National Guard. So even if they wear military-style uniforms, they don't operate as frontline combat troops, and their weapons training is limited or non-existent in most states. But so essentially that they don't really carry firearms, they're not combat trained, they don't use military-grade weapons, they don't function in combat, but they do civil support roles. But I think I get the point you're trying to make, which interestingly was also one of the things that Ojukwu was asking for back in that every region would have their own armed units, essentially have separate nations within one nation. But I get the point. Just to round up what you're saying, the truth is, I would want to have a nation. I think it would be perfect because, I mean, it's Yoruba. It's Yoruba. But, like I've always said, I think that the answer to that question would also be found in the vision of our forebears. If there's something I've learned, I am not Arubo, but I've been around for a little bit. And in my years, if there's anything I have learned that I even try to do it even in my own personal life, is to do everything that I can to not repeat or to not reinvent the wheel. Many of the things that people are saying right now, they have visions, they have plans, but I want to try and take advantage of what my forebears have done. If I can build on it, perhaps in the process I'll be able to achieve my own vision, but I think that my vision is actually supposed to be the answer to their vision. Whatever Awo could not achieve in his lifetime, it's on me, it's on us to achieve those things. And in achieving those things, we would have created a platform for the next generation. But all your ideas will not happen in your lifetime. If you are always thinking about achieving everything you dream, I mean, there are personal dreams that should be achieved in your lifetime, apparently. But when it comes to communal ideas, communal visions, some will happen now, some will happen in the next generation. No single. You've got to see beyond now. And if you're seeing beyond now, we're talking the next 80 years, the next 120 years, the next 150, 200 years. You cannot fulfill all the dreams, no matter how long you live. So that means that if you don't aláṣẹ kò bí wọ́n ṣe kò sí, a máa gbé láti bẹ̀, a máa ṣe pẹ̀lú táwa náà ń ṣe, àá náà máa ṣe kù ní. Àwọn tó bá tún tẹ̀lé wa wọ́n á tún ṣe sókè sí títí. And the prayer for every parent is that your children should be better than you. So we should be better than Papa, than Bola Ige, and then we build more. All this great vision we have, I believe in those things, and it's achievable. But we've got to have that long range. If you don't have a long range kind of vision, a long-term vision, people are going to get disillusioned. You're going to promise them that you're going to have a nation in 5 months or in 1 year or in 2 years. If they don't get it, they'll ask, they'll be patient for another 5 months or 6 months. If they don't get it, they'll wait again for another 6 months. After a while, they will do anything they can to achieve that vision. That's the story of ESN. That's the story of Biafra. Once you overpromise and you're under delivering, your people will get disillusioned, and the next thing they're going to do may not be what you even like, but anything that will get the dream to happen, even if it includes destroying themselves. This is why I say, in these wonderful ideas that we have, we must be measured. Fantastic stuff, but step by step, some things will not happen in my time, some things will happen in my time, and then we'll just grow like that. God will help us. So going forward, we're going to make it 2 minutes, max 3 minutes. I know it's short, but it's past 6, and my moderator is in the comment section showing me the time. So please, let's do 3 minutes. No, we're going to do it. So T.Y. Lokan, after T.Y. Rewaju, excuse me, after T.Y. Rewaju, it's you, Mr. Said, and then I think it's Konosho.
I'm just going to
So,
just a few seconds.
No, please hold on. Please hold on. Again, let's have structure. Let's have T.Y. T.Y., 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The point here is, from every indication, we can see that the Igbo don't want Biafra. They don't want Biafra because I have been following you and I've been listening to so many things, the way events unfold. I can say that my conclusion to this whole thing that they do not want Biafra. All they want is to lord over the rest of Nigerians, and that shows when they invaded the Midwest and later on advanced to Yoruba land, and the bombing of places in Yoruba land. It shows that they just want to subdue the rest of Nigeria and take over and be on top because they believe they were supposed to be the one controlling the affairs of Nigeria, both resource and both natural resources and human resources. But when that failed, at the first attempt and the second attempt, that's what led to this third attempt of Ojukwu. And now, and I still believe that up to today, the Igbo still don't want Biafra. Because if you look at it also, when they are doing their map, they put even my state, Ondo State, into their map, which they know is not possible, that will not happen. And you hear them saying that without this state, they are not going to go, which means these people have no any intention to go anywhere. They just found this Biafra thing as an opportunity to scam their own people and to also be getting money from the government. And also to their government in the East, I think they are also using this thing as a way to also get money from the government, whereby they are not doing anything to really stop this thing from happening. Because they can learn from the Yorubas. When the Yoruba nation wanted to get out of hand, the government of Yoruba land, they quenched this kind of behavior immediately, and they stop it. So the Easterners, they can actually stop this thing, but they just refuse to stop it because they have used it. They are now using it for business to cash out. So any Igbo coming thinking that there's anything called Biafra coming, it's not coming. They have no intention to go. Anyone who thinks deep will know that these people have no intention to go. Condemning President Tinubu, they are only condemning President Tinubu.
Time up, Paul.
Not because he doesn't know, they don't know that he's doing the right thing, but they are condemning him because of their hatred for the Yorubas. And they are targeting him because he's a Yoruba man. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. And yeah, when Igbo people want to, it's about breaking away, all they need to ask is for Iboland. And even that, they still have to go through the National Assembly if they are really serious about it. They have 58 representatives in Abuja. There are 15 senators and 43 House of Reps members. Those people should help, but it should be about Iboland, not about Bayelsa. Sorry, not about Biafra, which includes spaces that are not ethnically Igbo. But anyway, like you said, I don't even think they really want it. They're disturbing everybody. If you like, by the way, let me thank everyone who has supported what we're doing so far. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok. If you'd like to support the program, the sessions that we're having financially, kindly use the bank details on the screen. That'll be much appreciated. I'll probably talk about it one more time before we go, but please, there's a GTB account details there. So please, thank you for your support, and I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you. So let's go to Rewaju. So max 3 minutes, please. Rewaju, please go on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I think we are overestimating Nigerians. Nigerians need to come to the conclusion that they have a problem in terms of political education. Our people lack the skill to understand, and it is not because somebody is a professional in a field that any of their views about political education is right. And that's why you see them resort to this idea of whenever somebody comes out to be an activist, he leverages on their emotions to be able to gather them around. And at the end of the day, history has always proved it that this same set of activists will still go and join the system and be part of them. And that's the easiest way to become one of the political actors. Also, people need to understand that structure is the fundamental basis of developing a society. The problem with Nigerians is that most of the conversation has been drifted into how we are going to like ourselves, how we are supposed to be united. And that's why when you see people that talk about structure come to the fore to see, we have a structural problem. People like me, we have it. You see, it's this same set of people that are wanting Biafra that will come and call you tribalist, you know. And for the Yoruba people need to understand that they are in a country of Olegbe, Olegba. In fact, of course, let me tell you, the way Nigeria is structured, you do not need, except you want to delude yourself. If Yoruba man will be the president of Nigeria over and over and over and over, if the opportunity avails itself, people should collect it. Don't allow anybody to gaslight you, but at least we need to respect ourselves on the issue of building bridges and, you know. But the fundamental thing still comes back to structures. Do you know why the North has always reneged on any agreement in terms of, because they know that once that structure is built, it's going to question them. And aside from structures, we also need to point out that homogeneity, a society for stability in any society, we must have a clear majority of almost the same philosophy of life, maybe culture or religion. Like the northwestern part of Nigeria can work because they are homogeneous in terms of religion. But the fact is that because people want to poke nose in what is none of their business and they want to choke mouth, all this Lee Kuan Yew. I mean, we had Western region before Lee Kuan Yew left Malaysia, right? I would even say most of the idea of Pao, he took some of it. I might be wrong, but some of the things he implemented in his countries were Western regions came before it. It predates Western region, and anybody can quote me wrong. So when people make this assertion that that country is good,
please round up.
Okay, you don't need. In fact, I have been proposing. I have been having conversation with some of my social science friends that there is a need to include hypocrisy as one of the fundamental concepts of wanting to be in politics, wanting to still be in control of power block in the world. Because with hypocrisy, you would be able to align to your interests. Because people look at politics and geopolitics from a position of humanity and morality. And it doesn't work that way. America today thrives. China today, they thrive. Russia today, they thrive based on hypocrisy. What they will tell their counterparts, what they are doing is not good. But see them in 1 month's time, they are doing the same thing that they are accusing other people of. So people should sit down, take their emotions off this thing. If you don't.
All right, let's round up. Thank you.
So, it's just as simple as that.
All right, thank you very much. I truly appreciate that. We'll move to the next person now. That's Mr. Said. Tiwai, please, I'm going to have to use I'll use your box because I want to bring somebody up. Thank you. So please go on. I like this, your capo.
Yes, no, I'm not chief. I'm a chief.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
So,
yes,
the work on, I've actually just started following your program lately, I think yesterday. And it's so interesting, very, very highly educated, honestly.
Thank you, sir.
And basically, as I said, I'm not going to take too much of the time. It's just a point. I hope any Yoruba Nation campaigners are listening, because I've been one of them. And in fact, I've been fighting Yoruba cause since the 90s. Now, the very important point that you raised, and hence my contribution to this program, is, we always say there's something called you have to be in it to win it. If you're not in the system, how would you be able to influence or change the system or restructure the system? So this is why I supported Tinubu. It's not just Tinubu. For the first time, Yoruba is having a voice in central governing. Because either you like it or not, since the breakdown of the regional system, Yoruba have not really had much influence in the center, in the center. So this is the first time. So for my Yoruba Nation campaigners, Tinubu is there. It will restructure, and it's already happening. And people are just not paying attention. We have the zonal development commission. These were like the think tanks of the regional system too. So we have these things happening. People are already opening this discussion state police. So these things are happening. So my Yoruba Nation campaigners know where we will get there, that you have to be in it to win it. I'm actually a project manager in property. So what we have, as you rightly said earlier on, we are not, there's no point reinventing the wheel. What we do is we follow standard contract practice. So you can apply the same contract practice for a bungalow to a skyscraper. It's a 100-story building. So once you have a structure and whoever is in charge, the project manager follows the structure, everything follows into place nicely. We have Babawolo's blueprint, and I believe Tinubu is following the blueprint. A lot of restructuring is already ongoing in southwestern Nigeria. The transport integration system and all these things. Dry investment is being revamped. So things are happening. So please, this is just an opportunity to tell my Yoruba Nation campaigners that this is the best opportunity we've had since the breakdown of the regional system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Support the current government. It's not easy. You can't change everything overnight. But things are really happening. Just pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. Thank you. Good to have you share your thoughts. We have two more people. So this is, I think the next person will be the connoisseur. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I think this is needed. It's a breath of fresh air, to be honest, considering that most ideas are not backed by a philosophical thought. But what I would just say overall, I just want to just jump into it. I agree with a good amount of the things that Sahid has mentioned, Chief generally. And I would say that yes, I believe that we are at a critical point where at least we need to that we can all last transform Lagos and basically transform the nation uniquely. And even if not the whole nation, but at least we know that there is influence in the Yoruba nation generally. Now I would say that I'm kind of very familiar with the Yoruba nation thoughts where Professor Banji Akintola and also Akintoye, sorry, yes. And Wale Adeniro, in fact, Wale Adeniro is my in-law.
Where are you from?
Well, I married someone from Osun State, but I'm from Ogun State. Ijebu specific, all of that. So, but Dr. Banji as well, and all of those. They are my family. They are my wife's family. So I'm in the whole Yoruba thought, the Odua, even the times where we had this individual that had to flee the nation. People are aware of the whole process. Is when Wale Adeniro had to go to Benin Republic, and so on and so on. The in of all that information. But what I just want to just grab at we have greatly been weakened. We are supposed to be one of the foremost nations, in fact, very strong and very rigid and in key decision making. I mean, even just looking at it overall, the religions of the world were the fifth. We are the fifth. We are well recognized. We go to the Vatican, as you mentioned prior, to actually speak and make decisions about religions in the world. Our thoughts are actually recognized as the foundation of computing. Our systems are unparalleled. In fact, our history, and I've been hammering on this point, with a lot of the Igbo groups around. Let me just cut to the chase. The key thing is that I think that we should recognize the fact that we have great opportunity at this point in time, but still maintain that solid relationship with the other Yoruba nations, with the regions, cutting across Benin and all of that. And I think at a recent time, we had the opportunity where all the Obas of those regions came around to congregate to ensure that the persecution of, I think, one of our Igbo or something like that, I don't want to recognize. They saw our strength, that it wasn't just one region in the West, but actually a region across West Africa. So leveraging and preparing to tap into that power, at the same time also benefiting from the leadership that we have to do will be very wise. So you can have a two-pronged approach, not a form of distraction, but a recognition of the powers that we have and capabilities, that even if this union fails, that we will be able to create the nation that we've always desired eventually. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. You're very right on time. Thank you. I have so much to say, but because of time. So let's go to Dips. Good evening, Mr. Dips.
Good evening, Mr. Busi. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much for another wonderful show.
Thank you.
I just want to lend my own voice also to, show tonight. And what I just want to say, because the first caller who called had some things to say which I'm not really. He spoke negatively about the Yoruba nation thing. I think I would rather go with your own. It might not happen today, it might not happen tomorrow, but it's something that we should all strive for. Because, okay, what is the essence of us gathering here on a daily basis to listen to you, if that is not our ultimate focus, if that is not our ultimate goal? Because see, Mr. Busui, coming to think of it, you will realize that Yoruba would have been far gone, if not that Nigeria held us back. I mean, take for instance, I saw this VAT distribution thing, I think a couple of days ago, and it broke my heart. Seeing how much Nigeria is taking out of Yoruba land and just giving us a fraction of it. Just imagine if we are on our own. So it bothered me a lot that somebody as old as that man is will come up.
No. So I get your point. I share your passion, but so ọ̀rọ̀ ayé yìí ń gbà mí bí ìlú gángan ni ojú ló kọ sẹ́yìn kan ẹ̀yìn ló kọ sẹ́lòmíì gángan náà là ń rí ó kàn jẹ́ pé bá a ṣe rí ló yàtọ̀. I think it could also be because there was a time where a lot of people were. There's a lot of people were clamoring for stuff and saying forget about politics. So I don't know why I see the other extreme. So I think it's about now trying to find that balance. But we're making progress. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So I agree with you. We should find balance. In anything that we do. You understand? But what I'm saying in the effect is that much as, especially taking into perspective, the marauders, both from the north and the southeast, who really want to take over our land. So we shouldn't give up politics. We should, our presence should be felt in our politics, in Yoruba land's politics. You understand? But then our ultimate goal should be our own nation, because I believe, that is that by so doing, we will be able to maximize our resources. We'll be able to leverage on our wisdom and our our collective efforts, and harnessing all our resources and everything, to make our nation an enviable place for everybody to be over.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's my contribution.
Thank you very much.
I'll see you again tomorrow, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And I think, all we have to do is just, it's a great vision. You keep it. You have a focus on it. You're not throwing it away. You're not saying, oh, matter. But into a casheloni, let me tell you something. If you're an artist, most likely you're going to be a dreamer. And the way we work, sometimes, I'm trying to find a way to say without putting my life out there. So sometimes you have this great thing you're working on, but if you're not careful, you may not enjoy the process of getting there. I was talking to someone the other day. I think I was having a conversation. I was like, the journey is as important as the destination. Where you're going, that great vision is important, but the journey that gets you there is as important. You know why? The tools you're going to need when you get to your destination, most likely you're going to get it on the journey. For instance, the diplomacy, negotiation, compromises that you have to do when you have to do it, leadership traits, all those things, you will not get it when you get to the place you are going. You get it on the way. People will step on you. You will have to deal with some people, how to be tough, how to be gentle. All those things are going to come. By the time you now get where you're going, everything you need, you already have it. Or even if it's not your generation that will get there, you can give something to the next generation that they can work with. If we think like that, then it will be so beautiful. Like, the vision is not going, is something that will be fulfilled, but we're not losing sight of what we have to do now. So now we have to play politics in Nigeria. Now we have to get involved. Now we have to, speak up. As we do that, John Lonnie, boy, bitan lawyer, Ojukwu mbe, boy, bitan one see, ninzo kwe mi se ọkàn biti mo lo ẹnìkan kan mo rí, bá ṣe ń rí yẹn, a ṣà jẹun, a máa ṣe òṣèlú, gbogbo yẹn, a máa ṣe lọ títí tá máa fi débẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run. We have one more person. That will be the Moses. It will be the last speaker. Are you there? The Moses Wambui. All right, thank you for coming up. Let's round up today's session. Let me thank everybody who came up to speak. Okay, I think, you know what, let's do this. Let's have two more people, and then please don't send your requests anymore. Just have these two people. We take 2 minutes each, and then we'll round up from here. So please, let's go. Oluboy Financial will go first, and then Wise Man. Hello, Oluboy Financial, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's noisy where you are.
I'm speaking out.
Okay,
I'm actually driving. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
I'm using the. Okay, just hold on. Maybe I may need to just disengage from the central vehicle.
You may continue speaking. It's okay. We can hear you now.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, all right. Now, another wonderful session from you today.
Thanks a lot.
As inspiring as ever. We thank God for people like you. And I strongly want to believe that over time, your school of thoughts, we stand the test of time and be able to give us people who are like you too. Because that's what we lack at the moment as Yoruba people. We really need people who can represent us, who can really speak. You know, like it's like you have a Jesus, but we need many people to be like Jesus as well, to take the gospel out there so that we can educate our people and get our youth to be informed. You know, I know all these our Gen Z guys, you know, they have attraction to entertainment and everything. I don't know if many of them are able to, you know, to listen and learn, you know, and understand what geopolitics is all about. You know, one way or the other, we need to find a way to get across to them via the university platforms, schools, and all those things. You know, strategic partnership that we can have, you know, such that we can be right there in their face and get the message across to them.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, see, the problem, you know, the people who started this problem, I'm sorry to say, for those who are, because we all have them as our friends. We have friends that from the Fulani side, we have friends that are Igbo people. Of course, anytime you point the accusing finger at them, that we are the reason why we are all in this trouble that we are in. You know, some of them don't want to accept. And in some cases, even when they've read it, and it's kind of difficult for them to just, you know, agree to say, okay, yeah, we want to go. In the real sense of it, they don't want to go. In fact, most of them don't want to leave the Yoruba people. That's where we have the problem. Our situation is a situation whereby they've become like a gun that they don't want to go. Maybe it has to do with our lifestyle or everything, or maybe because of our welcome nature. Because by the time we remove us from the mix, honestly, every other thing, the center will no longer hold. You have been the one holding everybody by playing the big brother's role. But the thing there is this: we can't last into the next century if we continue like this with these people. And we can see that we have the enemies at our doorsteps already. You know, they are coming from different flanks. The Fulani are coming, the Igbos are becoming insanely crazy these days. Even the people that you feel are educated, enlightened people, lawyers, and you see them speaking out just like God Almighty. You people don't allow this in your own place. But here you are, you know, laying claims and trying to prove theories that are not, you know, that are beyond sanity. And they are all like that, regardless of who they are. They are all like that, every one of them. And it's disturbing. It's as if we are dealing with people who because they all behave like that. You know, the ones that we went through, maybe we probably got because I went to law school, and then in my law class for like 5 years period, from 100 level to 500 level, there's this guy, our class rep was an Igbo guy. You know, we see it, it's in our face, it has always been in our faces as Yoruba people. But we just don't take it serious. We just like, you know, people. But to them, it's big deal. Now that you are beginning to challenge these people and bringing facts to them to say, like they will all say in time past, that it was a program, they kill our people, they did us bad, blah, 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 blah. And now, by the time we bring out facts, they keep quiet. They can say this thing, instead of them to speak to fact, to say, true, our people did bad. What they did wasn't good. They will never agree to that. They will never accept it. And that's insane. Who are these kind of people? You believe, this guy, you've seen the facts now. Can you just agree to it? And can you just say, it's true? We need to find a way to fit this thing. They will never agree to it. And that's why I keep saying we are dealing with bad people. It's good that we are pushing this content out there, because one way or the other, there are times when I see little cuts of some of your stories or your analysis and all there and there. We'll keep pushing it to them so that at the end of the day, if maybe some of them will get healed, because they are dealing with sick people. And it's quite disturbing, because I don't know the way forward for this country if these guys are going to continue to behave this way. Thank you,
that's
all I have to say.
Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. That was really good. By the way, if you would like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details that we have up here. Thank you very much, everyone who has been gifting. I really do appreciate it. Mr. Bolton, Ẹkáàbọ, good to see you, sir. Thank you very much, everyone, for your support. If you want to use the bank details, please find it up here. Thank you. So we have a final speaker for today. That will be Wise Man, and then we'll be ending the live session for today. Hello, Wise Man. Good evening. Okay, I'm not sure he's there. Okay.
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay. All right.
Hello, my brother. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I greet everyone
Good
wherever you are.
everything.
You are
Thank
doing
you.
well.
Amen.
You are doing a very good job, but only that I have a little this thing against you, but we shall talk later about that. I don't want to waste time.
You have something against me.
Yeah, we shall talk. It's a brotherly talk, though. You see, and I will mention it here just in my submission. My submission will come, my contribution here would be like a submission and a question to you. You see, first, I'll start by, I want to first identify. It's very good. Everything that I want to say has been well said, but I'll just re-emphasize some of my pains, Now, our cultural identity under threat, our political space, economical space, you highlighted, and like other speakers, they highlighted how much that federation is costing Yoruba. We are giving a lot to that central, and we are getting nothing. You see, all these, they are very big issues, which you have also always emphasized. It's injustice, not about they are alleging, the way they bully, that, you are being tribal, this, that, that's what they do. They live in denial all the time. You see, having said that, someone said earlier on that, we know the picture of the
Thank you for what you raised. I'm going to say something and then we'll end the presentation. 7. And I did that because I don't want to. So we Yoruba people are not afraid of a fight. We don't run from a fight. We are bold people. We're going to do stuff. But you see, ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ará bíi dàbí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ ni. Tí wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ wọ ẹ̀rọ̀fọ̀, tó bá lẹ́jẹ̀ ń jà nínú ẹ̀rọ̀fọ̀, gbogbo bá yá, wọ́n á káyàn kan ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ náà ni. You're going to fight them on your terms. You fight them like the eagle will fight, let's say, a bird. The truth of the matter is that, Sherry, where you are, and with all due respect to everybody in Nigeria, I'm going to say something. No volume, Bao. If I just join it, maybe it's just because you're joining. Please, just stay with me. You're going to hear. Sheng Gomi. I think, is the volume good? Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Actually, so if I just join in, don't worry, you're going to hear. Sherry, there's a position Nigeria locally my dear. The truth is, níbi táwa, àwọn kan ibi tán wà jìnnà in terms of evolution. Our job is to pick those people that are trying to fight. You take them to that height, they'll get dizzy. It's like the ego. Kolo, okay, dear. Altitude, they on a normal day they can't breathe. In other words, there's a time for everything, and what you said is true, but there are certain things you will do that will probably make some things unnecessary. In other words, you only man need the violence. That's the first thing. Number two, I've said something several times, and I've said it specifically to Igbo people with the way they move in Yoruba land. It may, and it's likely that it happens soon, get to a point where those of us who speak English will move back. So when that time comes, that will happen. That's that for them. On the idea of having a state that's possible for violence, I like not to put that on the table when I'm talking in public, because you see what's happening in the north, you see what's happening in the east. I don't want it to happen in our region. And they always had violence as not just on the table. It's like as at 2014, there's a video of Nnamdi Kanu in the US, Igbo World Congress, I think it was, where he was talking to them about getting arms and ammunition. You know, we must do this. See what they have done now to themselves. This thing is brain work first. But although my card will but about my day bag is short. Shall I want to man some more on it that man see again? I don't mind ginger, my chicken cooking Kotomo. But your money country loan me about in the next 20 years. The way this region is right now is Cheboyaki Ibitomo young baby they're calling with all the violence and all the killings. And the crazy part about people advocating for it is that if violence is one of your major tools of getting whatever you get in your region, it will affect you first. In fact, it will affect you more than it will affect other people. For instance, look at what's happening in the southeast. Who does it affect? Hausa, Yoruba, Edo. It will affect some of us that go there, but the truth of the matter is it affects them more than any other group. That's why I don't think it's something to put on the table, especially in public. But generally speaking, everything we want to get, this is a valid dreams, and I believe that we're going to, get it. But let's stay within. There's a particular part where a lot of them cannot function. It's the intellectual point. And it's difficult for people to function there because it takes a lot more work to go deep in your mind than to carry a weapon. Just to carry any fool. You can give any fool a cutlass, a machete, or a gun. But the person that will plan what they want to go and do must be a thinker. I think Papa's idea of giving us education in 55 and free education and giving us that legacy in Yoruba land is to have a people who think, a people of thinkers, like a group of thinkers. But not like we can't fight though. But thank you everybody for being here. It's been a wonderful session. Everybody who came up to speak, thank you. Facebook, thanks for joining us. I'm sure you had a great time. Today we just had conversation, just asked questions, and I thought, that was really good. I don't know, I think we should be doing it more often. I did that because I wanted a break before moving to another topic. I don't want us to go from topic to topic. So we'll be discussing the Biafra trials tomorrow and how it affected, especially Victor Banjo. So we'll be telling some of his story, and then we'll go into some other things. After that, I think we might go back a bit, but something more Yoruba centric, whether Yoruba in the First Republic or go back a bit in history. There are so many things that we have to learn from, and the important thing, of course, with all of this thing is to be able to derive wisdom from the past. That's the reason for all of this. We learn from the past, so we see the mistakes of the elders. We're like, okay, not to say, no. We learn, we take the lessons from there, and then we're able to do better, and we can also pass something on to our own children. What time? We start 1 p.m. Ife time, so that's 1 p.m. West African time, Mondays to Fridays. We do this Mondays to Fridays. Today's Tuesday, so tomorrow is Wednesday. And we're going to have a great time. Please check out the page on YouTube, the channel, Busui Oris, YouTube, and also on TikTok. There's some very nice videos you're going to really enjoy. Also, if you want to join the group to take advantage of some of the materials that we put out there, you find that on Redomi, on Telegram, Redomi Global, REDOMI Global. And some books that you may want to, the ones that are, there's a book online on Telebooks as well. Please join and take advantage of the materials that we have there. Thanks to our gifters, Apex Predator, thank you for the cream cone, ice cream cone. Thank you for the gifts. Thanks everyone. Whether you gave here on TikTok or use the bank details, thank you very much for your generosity. God bless and reach you in Jesus' name. All right, so before we go, normally every time we have a session here, we will play our anthems. So yesterday I decided to play it on YouTube, and then we have copyright issues. So YouTube guys, I'm going to end the live for YouTube and Facebook, but we play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem before we close our sessions every day. I hope you had a wonderful day on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate your presence. Let's make it a day tomorrow again at 1 p.m. West African time. All right. God bless you guys. See you tomorrow. All right. So for those of us on TikTok, we're going to have our music now. If you don't know the songs, please learn the lyrics, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem.